Test number 2. Test number 2. Test number 1. Test mic number 4. Test mic number 5. Test mic number 6. Mic number 10. Testing mic 10. Test number 11. Mic number 8. Number 11.
Test mic 12.
Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2. Testing podium mic.
Probably turn on.
Valerie mic.
Remote Zoom audio check. Okay, thank you.
Wireless mic 1. Wireless mic 1. Mic 2. Wireless mic 2.
Is this microphone on?
Testing mic 1. Testing mic 6.
Testing mic 12.
Zoom audio check.
taken care of here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us this morning. I'm going to convene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, August 30th, 2022. Can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Lopez, Alejo, Root Askew, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions and corrections for closed session?
There are none, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we will be having closed session items 1A through G. And I will now see if there is any member of the public, and they've got lots of members of the public who wish to comment on items that are on today's closed session.
First this morning.
You have 7 speakers. Thank you for letting me know that. Okay, so now we will take public comment on items that are on our closed session agenda.
Good morning,
Good
Monterey
morning.
County Supervisors. I am Gladys Esparza, Labor and Delivery Unit for 8 years. I am here today as a registered nurse, charge nurse, and preceptor to the unit. And I'm here as my duty to advocate for my fellow nurses and patients. The dangerous short staffing and lack of management support for our unit. We need solutions for the dangerous working conditions which have been ongoing and ignored. Recently, working a 12-hour day shift as a charge nurse on labor and delivery, one of the busiest units in the hospital with the highest volume of deliveries in the county. Critical short staffing. We do not have enough nurses to care for the patients, which required me as the charge nurse to cancel all of our procedures for the day and hold off on any inductions for medical reasons. To make matters worse, I had other patients waiting outside of our unit to be evaluated, a literal emergency waiting to happen. At the end of my 12-hour shift with no lunch, I then had to stay over to cover another short night shift in the L&D, working a total of 18 hours. This situation was beyond stressful and absolutely not okay. That night, I once again felt completely unsupported because no one from our management team offered to stay to even help us. Chronic short staffing is not safe or normal, or it's no longer acceptable. Working shifts like the one I described has led to nursing workforce at Natividad that is burnt out, that is placing our licenses on the line, and that we go home every night or day struggling with the reality that our patients are not getting the very best care that they deserve.
Thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Those of you who may not have come here before probably are wondering why everybody's wiggling their fingers, but we don't like to have applause in the chamber, so I appreciate your participation in another way. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Eileen Amador, a registered nurse and has been working labor and delivery for the last 15 years. Our high-risk L&D has turned into a unit where the nurses are walking in eggshells just to provide care that our patients deserve. Charge nurses like me, whose skill and experience has been honed with exposure to high volume of patients and critical clinical situations over time, are being criticized almost daily for the staffing decisions when asked charge nurses' primary goal is patient safety. On top of this demeaning practice by management, our vital frontline nurses are harassed for not a fault of their own, being unable to take lunch breaks, as well as for creating overtime when they have to stay after a shift to finish patient charting duties. An incident happened when I was not in a charge nurse role, My supervisor demanded me to come to her office alone. This pulled me away from helping other staff with patient care. While she met with me, she insisted that I agree with her subjective and inappropriate criticism directed at our charge nurse that night. I made it clear to her that I could not do that. Why does management prioritize silencing the nurses over patient safety? To reiterate, Monterey County nurses are struggling to provide the quality and safe care for patients' need and deserve amid deteriorating patient safety condition. Think of this: zero support to cope with the high demands of our unit, coupled with intentional hostile work environment. Who suffers the most? It's our patients. We thank our elected supervisors in advance for showing the courage to lead and stand with the registered nurses and to act as patient and community advocates, doing what is right to solve this unacceptable crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks.
Good morning. My name is Alyssa Moreno, and I am a registered nurse in the Labor Delivery Unit at Natividad Hospital. Your undivided attention would be appreciated. I have been a resident of Monterey County. Today, the nurses are here yet again to warn our elected Board of Supervisors about the dangerous and unsustainable working conditions of our Labor and Delivery Unit, only compounded by the corrosive and degrading work environment that our managers and senior administration have intentionally added to what we are already facing day in and day out. Recently, I was working as a charge nurse role, attending a high-risk delivery in which the mother was not yet stable and her newborn was less than 30 minutes old and not yet transitioned from birth. In this crucial moment, while I was providing direct patient care, I was nevertheless pulled aside by my supervisor and ridiculed, criticized for the staffing decisions on our unit that shift. The supervisor pulled me aside in a moment where a newborn still needed my one-to-one nursing attention. Not only did this cause a risky delay in patient care for our newborn, the patient, but it also is intimidating and threatening. Yet this kind of threatening, abusive, and shaming behavior has actually increased and intensified over the past year. Our CNA nurses are standing united and speaking out almost daily over the dangerous short staffing, eroding patient safety conditions, and blame for management's inability to correctly staff and support us in an unsustainable and repeatedly dangerous environment. Following this incident, I reached out to our hospital human resources department to discuss what happened and seek resolution, but I received no response, no support, and no accountability. I can say without reservation that the county nurses I work alongside are some of the most professional, dedicated, and highly experienced nurses around, but these intentional actions and behaviors from middle and upper administration are making our dangerous working conditions environment and have created a worse environment for us to work in. Hospital management and senior administration are doing everything they can to avoid what even California nurse to patient ratio law requires, and what we know as a union nurses will actually help resolve the low morale, unsafe patient care situations and begin to improve the retention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks.
Good morning, supervisors, fellow community and Monterey County registered nurse colleagues. My name is Jamie Gams, and I have been a registered nurse in Natividad in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, or NICU for short, for the past 6 years. I am sad to say this is not my first time speaking to you. I am here again because I feel compelled to speak about the serious issues we have already spoken to you about many times before. The dire recruitment and retention problem and erosion of nursing practice standards over many years have a domino effect. The staffing crisis is only getting worse, and our management team and senior administration have not made the necessary steps to change the situation. The crisis in staffing is widespread. It is across county facilities, and it affects numerous units. But I want to focus on labor and delivery and how that directly affects the NICU. Labor and delivery short staffing is dire on an almost daily basis. In an emergent situation, when a newborn is at risk, the NICU runs in. But the problem is every second counts in these emergencies. When labor and delivery is dangerously short, when the nursing skill mix on any given shift is, say, 6 or more out-of-town or temporary travelers to 3 permanent nurses, bad things can happen. Travelers don't know where to quickly find crucial supplies and equipment. They may not respond as quickly as a permanent staff nurse. These things may not be their fault, but time is crucial in emergencies. Every second counts when we are trying to save a baby. And if there are delays in the NICU RN being able to provide life-saving measures, something very bad could occur. That is not okay, supervisors. I want to make clear that the nurses are always thankful for travelers helping us when there is a staffing need, but relying on high-priced, out-of-area temporary travelers on a consistent basis is not acceptable. It is not the same as having a dedicated nurse workforce that knows our hospital and patient population. Monterey County RNs know how to solve these major concerns. We made critical proposals to your hired negotiator and senior administration at the bargaining table. Money is not all that this is about. Today, our county nurses are again calling on each and every one of our elected supervisors to listen to our nurses, ensure our patient care and working conditions proposals are taken seriously, and make real change. Please, let's work together to ensure we do everything necessary to keep our patients, our newborns, our mothers, and your constituents safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you're going to speak, you might want to come down to the front of the chamber so we can just move things through. Thank you very much, and thanks for being here.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and my fellow nurses. My name is Marjorie Baleras, a registered nurse working in the Trauma Intensive Care Unit for the past 12 years. I want to bring attention to the chronic short staffing situation in our unit, including staff retention and extreme burnout. Currently, we have 9 full-time openings in our unit. New graduate nurses apply, but they leave as soon as they get their experience to find better working conditions somewhere else. At times, there are more inexperienced nurses in any given shift than there are seasoned nurses. While management has hired travel nurses and that helps, the fact is that travel nurses' skill sets are not vetted before they are contracted. And why is that important? ICU patients are the most critical in the hospital. They may deteriorate very quickly, necessitating rapid decision-making and instantaneous action. Our current staffing crisis put our patients at serious risk if the nurse does not have the right skill set to take care of the patient. This also creates a lot of pressure and moral distress on our permanent nursing staff who continuously train new nurses that will not stay and continue to pick up the slack in staffing shortages. This ongoing and chronic burnout and moral distress affects patient safety directly. To claim that short staffing is simply because of COVID is deceitful. New nurses are not incentivized to stay. The county has not done everything in their power to retain its experienced and dedicated nurses. As we have said many times in the past, we need long-term solutions like a fair and safe contract that prioritizes our patients and nurses, addressing the chronic and dangerous short staffing, eroding working conditions, lack of management support and respect. This is not just about money, and it is not going to be resolved with a few perks and tweaks. We need comprehensive patient care, improved nursing practice and working conditions, competitive wages and benefits to begin to resolve the chronic staffing crisis that we have faced even before the 2020 pandemic. Our patients need their nurses at the bedside. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, supervisors, community, and fellow Monterey County nurses. My name is Jolie Tatum, and I'm a registered nurse in the Mother and Infant Postpartum Unit. Ever since Me Memorial Labor and Delivery Department closed, we've experienced an incredible influx of patients from outlying areas. Many of these patients have multiple high-risk health factors during their pregnancies. The reality is we didn't have enough specially trained nurses to help alleviate this major uptick in high-risk patients. And then you add the ongoing pandemic. We have seen nurses leave in droves due to exhaustion, moral distress, and dangerous working conditions. You've heard the challenges that our L&D nurses face as we too have those same problems. When a code saturation happens in the labor and delivery department, nurses are forced to transfer their most stable patients after 1 hour of recovery, after having a baby. So they go from one-on-one care to a nurse in MIU, which is mother and infant, to a 3-to-1 care. We take care of high-risk patients. So if a mother has a postpartum hemorrhage, at 2 hours, we have less of a response time. This risks patient safety. This is unacceptable. It's not safe. We are here before the Board of Supervisors yet again, calling on you to take a step back and look at the big picture. The nurses at Natividad are here because we want to be. We want to serve our community, and in order to do that, our nurses need the staffing support and key rights and protections in our contract that will ensure patient safety ratio and much more. I want to be able to provide the high-level care to you and your loved ones that guarantee your safety, but we can't stand up if you don't stand with us. Be leaders and courageous advocates like our county nurses. Direct management to bargain in good faith and give us the protections that we need to keep you and our patients safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Zoe's a little nervous, so they're just standing here for more support.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Zoe Bachman. I've been a registered nurse for 18 years, RN at Natividad Intermediate Care Unit Medical Surgical for 7 years. I take my profession, our legal, ethical duty to advocate for our patients' care very seriously. But the chronic short staffing, retention, recruitment crisis we have faced over many years is no longer safe, taking its toll on our dedicated county nurses. Working in IMC has become so overwhelming, stressful, so dangerous that we simply cannot keep up or retain newly hired nurses. For example, we take care of patients with very high acuity, meaning very sick, complicated patients. But despite our advocating for years for a vital permanent resource nurse to assist us with the care of our complicated and very sick patients, we do not get a support from the management. We deal on a daily basis patients critically in respiratory distress, cardiac arrhythmias, post-surgical patients, patients we check every hour with complicated drips, chronic ventilators patients, confused COVID and trauma patients. As I hope you can bring to understand, performing the care for these very high, very sick patients is a great responsibility to overwhelming dangers without the staffing, resources, and support we require. I can truly want to recommend our trauma hospital as one of the best, but unless we have the immediate change in a number of key areas. Today, I stand with my fellow county nurses to call our board of supervisors to do more. We need nurse to patient ratio law, 24/7 resource nurses, payroll protections, disciplinary process rights, competitive living wages and benefits, and much more to turn this crisis around. Help us do our job. Protect all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, supervisors, fellow community members, and fellow Monterey County registered nurses. My name is Claudia Soria, and I'm a registered nurse in our county health department and a CNA nurse representative. I'm also a longtime Salinas resident and the proud daughter of farm workers. Unfortunately, today I am walking in the footsteps of those family to speak truth to power and call on our elected supervisors to stand with nurses to right some unacceptable wrongs in the health department that are putting our vulnerable patients and our frontline public health nurses in danger. Today, I am here to make visible something that has for far too long been kept invisible, and that is workplace violence. I want to begin by saying that I am incredibly proud to work alongside my professional RN colleagues at the health department. The work we do, often without any notice from many, is vital to the prevention of disease and to those who are the most vulnerable in our community. Public health nurses care for patients who are often have chronic health problems and other complicating health factors such as mental health issues, substance abuse concerns, and face socioeconomic factors that complicate their situations. Yet our public health nurses are also vulnerable when we do not have the staffing, support, and training we require to do our jobs and remain safe. For example, many public health nurses have faced attempted assault by patients with weapons while on site and house visits. They have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors, community, and fellow Monterey County nurses. My name is Jennifer Jean-Pierre. I'm a registered nurse in the ICU and chief nurse representative of our union, an elected member of CNA bargaining team. Like my nurse colleagues, I wish I was here to share a story of life we have saved of a patient or a family member whose lives we have touched because of the quality of care we have provided. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Our supervisors have heard repeatedly now that we have been experiencing dangerous short staffing across county and Natividad facilities, and that is staffing crisis is dire and serious. You have also heard repeatedly that short staffing, the eroding patient care and nursing practice issues and related working conditions that are putting our patients and frontline nurses licenses at risk. You have also heard repeatedly that this is unsustainable and that we are calling on our supervisors to immediately prioritize our county patients and nurses so that we can finally address the retention and recruitment crisis. Today, I want to put some numbers to those interrelated crises. Our union made a request for information about a month ago or so related to turnover. Well, we have been clear that the staffing crisis and related problems we and our patients are facing are not just due to the ongoing COVID pandemic. I think it is important to hear just a snapshot of our turnover numbers look like for the past 3 years. I'm going to share some numbers from 5 units, all of which are critically important to our patients and health of our community. For example, the adult rehab unit lost 14 nurses in 2020, 8 nurses in 2021, 7 nurses already just this year. The ER department lost 15 nurses in 2020, 14 nurses in 2021, and 4 just this year. The labor and delivery unit, which has perhaps the shortest of all units well before 2020, lost 5 nurses in 2020, 5 in 2021, and 4 just this year. Finally, the med-surg unit and telemetry, 13 nurses in 2020 and 14 in 2021, and 7 nurses alone just this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Are there any other people who wish to speak at this point? Great. Well, thank you again. I appreciate your comments very much and have taken some notes. So with that, I'm going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors into closed session. And I'm going to convene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Can we have a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Lopez, Alejo, Root Askew, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections for the closed session by County Council?
No, Chair.
Then we will have closed session item number 1A. And is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency? Seeing none, I will recess the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. And as there are no open session items, we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Water Resources Agency from closed session.
Chair, there will be no reportable action from closed session on the Water Resources Agency.
Excellent. So we will be able to adjourn from closed session then. Great. Okay. Thank you very much. And with that, we will go into closed session to return at 10:30 this morning.
Mic number 2. Mic number 4. Mic number 5. Mic number 6. Mic number 8. Mic number 11. Mic number 12. Staff mic number 1. Staff mic number 2.
Clerk's mic.
Podium mic. Mic 1. Wireless mic 2.
Morning, everyone. Magic buttons. I am happy to reconvene the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County for today, August 30th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Lopez, Alejo, and Root Askew appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. And we would now have the announcement from our Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer de una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cielos. And now, this past Friday was Women's Equality Day, and I'd like to introduce and highlight an influential woman in our community to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Priscilla Walton grew up in Peru and has remained active in Latin American issues throughout her life and her career, including returning to Peru as a Peace Corps volunteer in 1962. She received her master's degree in Latin American Studies from the Institute of Latin American Studies at the University of Texas, Austin, and her Doctor of Philosophy at the School of Education at Northwestern University in Chicago. For many years, Pris has been active in local organizations, including the Homeowners Association Board of Directors at White Oaks, the Chamber Music Monterey, the League of Women Voters of Monterey County, Carmel Valley Association, and the Democratic Women of Monterey County. We're recognizing Pris for her volunteerism and contributions to women's equality and have invited her to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. She's a devoted wife, mother, and a loving grandmother. So Priscilla, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I hope we see her here. She's on there. Ready?
Unmuted
If you
now.
could unmute yourself. There we go. And you can lead us in the pledge. Just,
Her mic is not working.
there we go. It looks as if your mic isn't working, Pris. So I think we're going to, you want to try it one more time? Nope, we're seeing that you seem to be muted in some way. So I think we're going to go ahead and have the pledge while you stand and keep your face open to us. As we move forward, I see your lips moving, but there's no sound. I'm so sorry. So let's go forward with the pledge. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pris. I'm awfully sorry that we couldn't get the sound going. Moving forward, we will now go to our additions and corrections by the clerk.
Yes, there is a correction to item number 6 under appointments. The expiration date should read January 1st, 2025 instead of April 26th, 2025. And there is a removal of item number 8 under appointments, and that item will be brought back at a later time. And there's also another removal of items number 13 and 14 under the PM scheduled matters, and those items will be brought back at a later time. And there's a correction to item number 38 under the consent calendar Health Department, where a revised board report was received.
Thank you. We've got a lot going on today. Okay, so why don't we start with the fun things? And we will now go to our ceremonial resolutions, which are always an enjoyable thing to do. We have 4 resolutions, 3 of which are going to be presented. And the first we will take. Actually, why don't we go ahead and view all 4 of the resolutions and see if there's any public comment on the resolutions. or any board comments, and we'll take a motion to approve the resolutions, and then we'll have the presentations.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Lopez.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor, thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Buascu. And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. And our first ceremonial resolution is going to be presented by Jose Ramirez, the Chief Probation Officer, to Mr. Brandon Caceres, honoring him on his retirement from the Monterey County Probation Department after 20 years of dedicated service.
Thank you, Board. You hear me? Okay, so I'm going to read the resolution to Brandon Caceres. Whereas Brandon Caceres began his public service career as a reserve officer for the Monterey County Sheriff's Office and was hired as a juvenile institution officer for the probation department in 2002, assigned to the youth center and promoted to juvenile institution officer 2, and assigned to juvenile hall in 2003, serving faithfully probation's institutions for his entire career. Whereas Brandon Caceres worked closely with the youth center residents, serving as the athletic director, creating programs, activities for them, and always promoting their welfare. Whereas Brandon Caceres demonstrated emotional control and tolerance to stress, adapting calm but firm demeanor with the youth in custody. Brandon Caceres served as the department's representative for the Monterey County Peace Officers Association and held various positions, including member of the board and president. Whereas Brandon Caceres received a memo of commendation in May of 2013 for his prompt response and composure during a bomb threat evacuation at Juvenile Hall. Whereas Brandon Caceres distinguished himself as an experienced veteran officer, known for his professionalism and dependability, and was highly regarded by his peers and colleagues. And where Brandon Caceres has chosen to retire from the Monterey County Probation Department after 20 years of dedicated service, effective August 14th, 2022, as he enters a new stage in his life. Those who have been fortunate in working with him will remember his dedication to the probation department, his colleagues, his clients, and their families, and the residents of Monterey County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey, on behalf of the county and all its residents thereof, hereby acknowledge, commends, and thanks Juvenile Institution Officer 2, Brandon Caceres, for his contributions to the Monterey County, and wishes him success in his contentment for his retirement. Thank you, Board.
It's on. Thank you very much for your years of service. We hope that you and your family enjoy your retirement. Thank you. And we're going to move on to our second one. And I will come down while I ask Rick Johnson to approach the podium with me. Right, vision, and simply good nature that makes things work, who can accomplish things, who's a great listener, but who also just brings the kind of temperament to things that make people feel safe, confident, and moving forward. And that's Rick Johnson. So we're honoring him today on his retirement from the Old Monterey Business Association. And I just want to look at a couple of things so I don't miss anything. But some of the things that Rick has accomplished during his tenure there, he was instrumental in the success of so many holidays that were celebrated in downtown Monterey. The banners go up, the banners come down, the banners go across the street to announce some upcoming event. The farmer's market gets bigger and better and continues to grow. The old business, he was active with the city of Monterey, the old Monterey Business Association, the Old Monterey Foundation, First Night Monterey, Big Sur Marathon Foundation, and of course the Monterey Peninsula College Board as well. So many things he has done, both for merchants and visitors. One of the things that I really appreciate, though, is his community spirit. You have led so many people to become better citizens just because of your own example. I also know that you have made visitors alike, as residents, just feel so safe and comfortable and have a welcoming time in Monterey. The work that you did with the Monterey Conference Center is also just legend. We so appreciate everything that you've done for the city of Monterey and the county of Monterey and all of our residents, that it's fun to give you a resolution today. And so I will come over here and pick this up. So I know you have lots and lots of things on your walls because you deserve so many things and you've done so much. But this one is, I hope, will be special to you. It outlines all of the many things that you've done, and how you were able to just get things back on track during COVID, one of the most difficult times our country, our world has ever faced. But just thank you. Thank you so much for all that you've done. And we really wish you wonderful, wonderful, well-earned vacation and holiday forever now. But I can tell by the tan that you're already on your way. Please say some remarks to us because you're just the best.
Well, first of all, thank you. I'm incredibly grateful, and I did read it, and I think I'm going to hang it on my wall and have it used as my eulogy when I do leave this world. I do want to say that for the great respect that I have for the Board of Supervisors, I actually put a tie on this morning for the first time in a month, and I'm taking it off as I leave the building. But thank you so much. And I really want to thank the entire Board of Supervisors, because during some very difficult times, the leadership and the optimism and the graciousness of this board got us through it. And I'm eternally grateful for that. And I really appreciate your friendship.
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
Rick, good to see you again. And I don't know of any better cheerleader for a downtown Monterey. And when I can't remember being at a big event in Monterey that you weren't there. And when I think of downtown Monterey, I think of Mike Murata and Rick Johnson. So thank you for all you've done for the city.
Please put that filter in that makes me taller.
We'll both go for the younger, huh?
Okay. Well, we know how to search cost.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. So my hands are empty, and I have another presentation that I wanted to present, a certificate of recognition for Monterey Peninsula College.
Last time I thought,
Anniversary.
let me go, I'll check with them. Hold on.
But if that would be terrific. As we await the presentation of the certificate, I can just say, I'll say a few things about MPC from a personal perspective. And that is that when I first moved to the Monterey Peninsula with my family, I had only gone to.
Do we have a resolution from Monterey?
And the first time I ever went to a public school was Monterey Peninsula College.
Is it?
I had no idea what to expect, but when I walked in my little dress and my little gloves and my little binder with books in it, it wasn't exactly what I found. It did not take me long to understand that it's fine. You can wear pants to school. That's okay. That you can have boys in the classroom. That's okay. It was the first time I'd gone to school with boys either. But I felt like I learned so much at MPC about community and about awareness of things that were so beyond the tiny little scope that I had been viewing my world through. It was the first time that I had been in such a beautiful, diverse community. My college time, because it let me understand the importance of the dialogue that one can have with a teacher in a very friendly and collaborative sort of conversation, rather than student and teacher, and you sit in your desk and you just be quiet and not ask any questions or do anything that might get to have people look at you and give you attention. Have we come up with our resolution? How about if I just have it unframed and I can at least read from it now? Is that possible? Thank you. But I think at the time that I was going to MPC was not a terribly long time, so I can't consider myself an IM MPC with the little buttons that went through for a while. But it was still a relatively new campus that had been developed. You know, this certainly wasn't 75 years ago, but it was long enough ago that, oh great, that we were able to really wanted to see in a junior college. So I'm going to ask one of the Monterey Peninsula Board of Trustees, Ms. Yuri Anderson, to come forward while we present this resolution, and current or former trustee? Former trustee. So we've got MPC. You two are MPC. There's no question about that. And again, we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Monterey Peninsula College, which began in operation of the campus at Monterey High School. In 1948, MPC enrolled 280 students and employed 20 faculty members. That changed quite a bit since that time. In 1957, its enrollment approached 1,000 students, which led to the construction of the engineering building, the library, the art and music center, and the swimming pool in 62. Continued its expansion in 65 with new buildings for business, humanities, life science, physical education, physical science, and social science. Also, the lecture forum, the college theater, and the student center, where I spent a lot of time, were formed as well. MPC, however, has played a really important role in our community. It continues to thrive to meet the educational needs of the surrounding communities with the construction of the new library and tech center in 2003 and the Child Development Center in 2007, the development of the Public Safety Training Center in 2009, and the construction of the Education Center at Marina in 2010. It's hosted notable figures throughout its history, including James Baldwin, Joan Baez, William F. Buckley, Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas, Aldous Huxley, Dr. Mark. Eleanor Roosevelt, Pierre Salinger, Carl Sandburg, and Carlos Santana. I think that's a pretty sizable group of people to have come through our beautiful MPC. As it approached its 75th year, it now offers exceptional education opportunities at its campus in Monterey, its education center at Marina, the Public Safety Training Center in Seaside, its partner high schools, and online, as well as comprehensive supportive resources and specialized programs dedicated to ensuring that its students have the tools that they need to succeed. MPC will celebrate its 75th anniversary throughout the 2022-23 academic year to commemorate this important milestone and to increase awareness of MPC's positive impact on its surrounding communities and the wealth of education, professional, and personal enrichment. So now therefore be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all residents thereof, honors Monterey Peninsula College District on celebrating its steadfast 75-year-long commitment to transforming lives through education, and further wishes its continued success in all of its future endeavors. Thank you so much. And I'll give a few comments.
Adams. On behalf of the Monterey Peninsula College Board of Trustees, it's my honor to accept this resolution from the Board of Supervisors today and to be able to invite my former colleague, Rick Johnson, to do that with me. It is a real pleasure to represent the residents of the Monterey Peninsula College District on that board. The students that we serve, our faculty and staff, are tremendous assets to this community. the time that you're taking today to recognize that and celebrate with us. We sincerely appreciate it. Hope everyone will join us on September 10th for our community fair, where we're going to open up the campus as it always is. But to just have fun with your family and friends and see that NPC is a jewel. We're all Lobos, and that together we're going to move this community forward. Thank you so much, Jerry.
Thank you. No, I could never.
Thank you both so much. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention today. We'll now move forward to our appointments. We now have two appointments, one to the Parks District and the other to the Resource Conservation District. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on the appointments today? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote of approval.
Move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second that. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Yes, and I have to say, I don't think Supervisor Root Askew is on anymore. So just FYI.
Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. We will now go to our consent calendar. We have items 20 through 60 today. And I will first go out to my colleagues to see if there's anyone who would like to pull anything for question or comments.
I would like to pull 55 for possible second vote. I actually like to defer that until this afternoon when we have the more in-depth cannabis discussion on outdoor grow, number 12. And I'd like to comment on number 59, please.
Okay. Is there anyone else?
I'm in agreement on holding off on 55 till our afternoon conversation.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who has anything they would like to pull or comment on today's closed session? Excuse me, consent calendar. Seeing none, I have a question on item 44. And I am hopeful that we'll be able to have all of our questions answered. So let's first go to 44. And 44 relates to fees that the Sheriff's Department is changing. And the question that I have, this was a very interesting set of fees that are being raised for some very interesting things like the fortune tellers and that sort of thing. But I was just curious whether or not we know if the fee structure covers the cost that it takes to issue the permits that are needed. It's item 44. And it is, well, do these adjusted fees cover the cost of the services required by the sheriff to issue these, the fees and the permits associated with them?
You mean, are they covering the cost?
Are they covering the
Okay.
cost to the
Yeah.
sheriff's department?
So I don't know if anybody's on from the sheriff's office. I would assume that, that normally the fees have to be, it can't be more than cost recovery. So normally they are put forward to at least meet cost recovery because that's kind of the minimum, or sorry, the maximum that you can have. We could have lower than cost recovery, but I would assume that they are meeting cost recovery. And I don't know if anybody's on from the sheriff's office who can answer that specifically, or anybody from the budget office of the CAO.
CAO, Madam Chair, John Thornburg with the Sheriff's Office. And I'm happy to answer the question. The simple answer is no, it doesn't. The fee increase does not cover the full cost of what it costs us to process. Madam Chair, you're right. We do have kind of some unique permits stuff that go out that most people may not be aware of, but the short answer is no. It doesn't cover all of our costs, but the percent increase across the board will help with the ongoing increases that we face year to year.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we will go to item number 55, and that item was pulled by Supervisor Phillips. And I think we will have you ask your questions or make your comments and see if we have any response from staff.
I have a number of question and comment, but I just thought it would be better to hear that in conjunction with the bigger item this afternoon when we're having a more in-depth discussion. But if you want to have the discussion now, that's fine.
Does staff have any reason why we should not postpone this or we should not take this item in the afternoon when we have another cannabis related issue?
Eric Lundquist, Housing Community Development Department. This is the contract for Wood Environmental to do
Correct.
the programmatic environmental impact analysis on our existing outdoor pilot program, and staff would not be or have any concern or reservation with continuing this item to this afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, I think we'll need to have a motion to make that change.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You mean to trail it to the afternoon?
We can just trail it. We don't have.
You can, unless somebody, objects to trailing it.
So is there any other member of the board who wishes to comment on this item? Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? With that, we will simply trail it till this afternoon when we have the other cannabis item. Thank you very much for bringing that forward, Supervisor Phillips. And now we will go to item number 59.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out how important I think this is. This is the possible grant to see about running this 7.5-mile sewer line from Chular to the nearest place where we can tie into M1W sewer. And I sat on the M1W board, and we need more source water coming into the facility. But to me, this would be a major critical thing in addressing affordable housing, because I think Chular is the perfect place, and it's closer to city for people to drive from Soledad or Gonzales. I think if we did the sewer line, we would pick up some of the other ones that are on a septic tank, such as the Firestone plant and some other plants coming along, and possibly pick up Spreckles. And I think it could be a huge boon to development in Chular. That's the only thing holding it up is the sewer system. So it's something that we've tried to push at M1W before, and hopefully this grant maybe will lead to that project in helping out in the affordable housing in our county that we so desperately need. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments. With that, I will see if there's any member of the public who wishes to pull anything from our consent agenda. Seeing none, is there anyone who from the public who wishes to comment on anything on our consent calendar? Not seeing anyone at all. And we will have entertain a motion now to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
This is Lopez. Well, this is Lopez. I'll move consent calendar less item 55, which will be trailed to the afternoon.
Great. Okay.
Second.
Thank you very much. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we will now move on to general public comments. This is the opportunity for people to make any comments on items that are not on today's agenda. Let's see, we have someone coming forward.
Hello, my name is McGregor Eddie, and I addressed you last week about the lack of public visitation in our jail. The families tell me there has not been any, and I've been trying to find out. These questions were publicly asked, and I got public answers from both Mr. Moses and Miss Mitchie from the Public Health Department. These answers contradict each other. I did refer last week to the 14 counties that I checked that have visits now, but they have standards for how they change it regarding community and in-person levels. So here's the answer I got from Mr. Moses on the same day, a very prompt answer. He says here, I am in receipt of your message. We are currently not offering public in-person visiting of inmates of Monterey County Jail due to the recommendations of the state public health officer and our county public health precautions. He goes on to say they have a committee that reevaluates it weekly with the public health department. So I asked the public health person that he referred me to, whose name is Christy Mitchie, and she said, when I asked her if the visits are not allowed now because it's high, which is true, were they allowed when it was low? Because it has been low, and that information I can recover over the last 2 years when our community level has been low. And the answer to that question was this: I do not have the information necessary to answer your question. Now, this is the person Mr. Moses referred me to. This is not someone I selected. Okay, you asked if the jail would allow visitation with it when the CDC community level was low. I am unable to answer this question. Monterey County Health Department does not set jail policy and does not have regulatory oversight of the jail. However, if consulted as to transmission level and facility level factors change, the health department would make recommendations as appropriate. And then she goes on to say they acknowledge the importance of people in jail being able to have visits. There's several other things that have become clear to me. Several times when I've asked about in-person visits, I was told that I'd said it wrong. People said, yes, they have in-person visits, but that referred to visits by attorneys. If I don't answer the question I am asking, I want to make it very clear, because I feel there is a serious lack of transparency, and that you, the Board of Supervisors, should be able to answer this question that I asked last week, which the Health Department and the jail are contradicting themselves. So my question is,
comments, and I'm so
I know,
sorry.
I'm not, okay, my question is,
But wait, we're a minute over or 2
I
minutes.
know, I'm saying. So
okay,
thank you.
you for your attention, and
Thank
thank
you
you
very
for
much.
paying attention to this report. I was trying to watch the timer to see when.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to make comment today?
Hi, I'm Wes White, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union. Coming on a better day, hopefully, since there's a lull. But people are still, it's gearing up for winter time right now, and people are still outside. People have no protections under the law, and yet they're signed up for services. The Housing Management Information System in cars, coordinated assessment, referral service. What is to be happening with these folks that are signed up for services? They need protection somehow. Immunity from sweeps, I suppose, is what I'm getting at. If they're in an RV, then immunity from tickets and tows. People belong somewhere 24 hours a day. They need consistency in their life. And this is the agency that's supposed to bring that. So looking for immunity from sweeps somehow sooner than later, especially within Salinas city limits. And of course, every jurisdiction. The peninsula is a little more lax, but then again, they're not. We just need to mean what we say and follow through with that. Law enforcement cannot be the only service to come. The jail, I've been following them too. They need better medical conditions. They need more response time from the nurses. They don't even have nurses in there. That's what the officers keep saying. So it's like, we're setting people up for failure on all kinds of fronts. And here we are spending all this money to be mean, to get paid so much to be so mean. And it's just time we grow up as a culture, as a administration. You know, it's tired. It needs to retire itself and start letting some love and beauty. Where is the love in this administration? That's what's needed. We need to see no more death on the streets, and we need to fight poverty, not the poor. So please stop the sweeps.
Thank you, Mr. White. I'm not seeing any other hands raised online. So with that, we will close public comment. And now we'll take our first scheduled matter for the day, for the morning. And this is a presentation regarding the County Climate Action Plan and the Municipal Action Plan, and provide direction to staff in regard to the development of these plans. And I believe we're going to have a presentation this morning by Ashley Paulsworth.
Yes, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I will be sharing my screen and bringing up my presentation now. Okay, so thanks so much for allowing me to present this morning on the Monterey County's Climate Action Plan. We've been working on the plan for a little over a year, and I just wanted to sort of share some of the background and progress that we've made on the plan. So back in October of 2020, there was an amendment that was brought to the general plan open space element regarding the county's climate action plan. And that amendment essentially updated our targets for emissions reductions to bring them in line with our state targets. And it also moved the timeline for completion of the plan from what was 2 years after adoption of the general plan in 2010, and instead asked staff to diligently pursue completion of the climate action plan by the end of 2022. So in the spring of 2021, the county was awarded funding from the Department of Conservation, and staff released an RFP for the plan. Ascent Environmental was hired as our technical consultant for this plan. And by the fall of 2021, we were able to release our draft greenhouse gas emissions inventory. And this resulted in quite a bit of community feedback, in particular from our agricultural community, just really wanting to understand how the emissions were calculated, where the data came from, and so on. And so to respond to that, we released a 40-page technical report, and then we hosted a roundtable event, which was held as an Alternative Energy and Environment Committee meeting. And at that meeting, we asked our stakeholders to submit questions and participate in a deep dive of all of the data that was in the plan. And then in addition to that, we also held 4 separate meetings to look at the data and the calculations for each sector of our emissions and really discuss the plan. And then we moved on to talk about our sequestration analysis in the spring of 2022. And a sequestration analysis looks at the carbon sinks in the county. So that's where, all of our natural and working lands are acting to remove carbon from the atmosphere. A lot of times when you look at a typical climate action plan, they're limited to emission sources. But in Monterey County, we have such, vast and working and natural lands that, we felt it was really important to take a look at our emission sinks and consider those as well. So I'll be presenting on those numbers later in the slides. And then over the past summer, we've been working to brainstorm strategies and discuss the positive, negative, and considerations of each of those strategies with our stakeholders. And finally, we're hoping to complete the plan this year. So that's just the background. And then this is a timeline slide. This sort of shows you the development of the plan in different phases where, we've completed phase 2, which was really all about education and visioning, sharing out with our stakeholders what's going on and why we're doing this plan. And now we're moving through phase 3 regarding strategy development. And that'll be followed up by drafting the plan and releasing the plan later this year. Okay, so just to provide an overview of what a climate action plan is for our members of the public that may be listening. So the climate action plan is really our local jurisdiction's roadmap for reducing emissions in the county. We're required to do this by our county's general plan. And the plan initially takes a look at all the sources of emissions, like I mentioned, It projects out over time where those emissions are heading. Are they increasing? Are they decreasing? And in what sectors? And then it looks at our emissions reductions targets and tells us, what the gap looks like between where we're heading and where we want to be. And it establishes policies and programs that the county can undertake in order to close that gap and meet our goals. Okay, so that's just kind of the overview. As far as public engagement for this plan, we've been doing a lot of public engagement. I wanted to share this slide to give you a sense of all the different types of stakeholders that we've engaged with throughout the plan's development so far. We meet regularly with our advisory body of the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee, where we provide updates and hear from stakeholders. We also have a technical advisory committee, which assists us in really truly understanding and navigating the feedback we get from our stakeholders. Members of the technical advisory committee are from places like the UC Cooperative Extension and UC Davis and other institutions that really sit at that nexus of demonstration and large-scale deployment of sustainable technology. And then, of course, we have various stakeholder groups, including an equity panel made up of community-based organizations, a youth council, and some sector working groups that are broken out by emissions sector and consist of, agriculture, land use and transportation, resources, water and waste, and then buildings and energy. And each of those groups contains about 10 to 15 members who have real working experience in reducing emissions in their sector. And then, of course, we have your more kind of broad, widespread community participation, which we conduct through workshops, focus groups, and roundtables. So in summary, we've had about more than 30 public and community meetings to gather information and input from our community members. And we've engaged with more than 300 businesses, individuals, and associations. So I also wanted to share out the inventory because that's been completed at this stage. So this is actually our municipal climate action plan inventory. This is referring to our operations, and it's in 2019. This is the operations of the county. And what you see is that our largest source of emissions is actually our employee commute, followed by buildings and facilities, and then finally by fleet. So some really good cost-effective strategies that we see for that might get included in a plan like this and can kind of speak a little bit to what the strategies might look like in the community climate action plan include things like embracing and promoting telecommuting to reduce emissions from employee commute, looking into fleet electrification, which we'll be talking about shortly in the coming weeks at the county, and also decarbonizing our buildings. So those are some of the things that we're working on. We've also received a grant from 3CE this year to look into building decarbonization. So we're really working kind of on all these strategies at the same time that we're developing the plan on our municipal operations side. Okay, and then here is our county's community emissions inventory. So what you can see from this is that our largest source of emissions is from on-road transportation. And this is really due to the vast geography of the county and the large number of miles that our community needs to drive to get to our services. This is followed by agriculture, which is, of course, one of our #1 industry in the county. And emissions in this sector come from things like fertilizer application, enteric fermentation, and diesel pumps for irrigation. So our building sector really encompasses emissions from our water conveyance system. So that's something that's important to note. It's not that there's no emissions from water supply, it's just that they weren't able to be parsed out in this analysis. So you'll find those emissions underneath of building energy. And of course, our building energy emissions are lower compared to what you might find in most climate action plans. Because we have a community choice aggregator here in Monterey County through Central Coast Community Energy, which helps us to source clean energy and reduce our emissions from that sector. And then, we've spent quite a bit of time working on this inventory, talking to our stakeholders, and we're really thankful that our community members have come forward and shared data and asked questions. so that we could really get to the best available data possible to work with in our plan. Okay, so I did talk a little bit about sequestration earlier on, and this is a chart that shows our carbon sequestration on an annual basis. So how much carbon are we potentially sequestering in our natural and working lands annually? And what you can see from this chart is that it's essentially a measure of land cover. So that's over here, our agricultural land cover, forests, wetlands, et cetera, and the amount of acres that we have of each of those land cover types multiplied by an emissions factor that's associated with that type of land cover. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to jump ahead. So what you can see again is that there's a range. There's a minimum and a maximum amount of potential carbon that could be sequestered by each of these land types on an annual basis. And the variation is really due to modeling and uncertainties in data and even variations in weather. So the information that you're looking at here is really much less certain than the data you saw on the previous slide that shows emissions sources. Carbon sequestration and soil science around this continues to be an evolving field. So scientists are really still working and studying the way that soils and plants sequester carbon and how permanent that might be versus cycling carbon through a natural process and, you know, essentially releasing that carbon back into the air over time. So the main thing I want everyone to draw from this data is that there's truly a strong potential for our natural and working lands to contribute to a solution to climate change by maximizing and sequestering carbon. And finally, wanted to share with you our next steps. We're going to be continuing our strategy discussion and hosting a few more opportunities for community participation. We have an upcoming community workshop at the Marina Library on the 29th, and we have planned community workshops for the central Salinas Valley. And then from there, we'll go ahead and select strategies for the plan and then release a draft of the plan for comment. So that concludes my presentation. This was for informational purposes only. So please stand by for questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paulsworth. Excuse me. I'll come to my colleagues, Supervisor Phillips. Questions or comments?
Yeah, we're working on our fleet to start moving to electric vehicles. I see. And the other thing is, I know we were putting some solar on some of the buildings at the sheriff's department, and I know we just signed a contract to start putting our whole campus at Rancho Cielo under solar, and we're going to save $2.7 million over the 25 years. Where are we on getting the rest of our facilities under solar?
Yeah, so there's a lot of really good opportunities for bringing our county facilities, renewable generating assets on site. We have been negotiating with energy services company for a master energy services agreement that we hope we can bring forward in the next couple of months to the board so that we can initiate the project at our jail and Schilling Place, and then continue to push that forward at other buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lejos, your hand is up. I'll take you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to certainly support the work that Ashley is doing for our county. I think this presentation shows why it was imperative for Monterey County to have a lead on sustainability. And it couldn't come at a better time. Just a few days ago, President Biden and the governor announced that California was going to phase out gas-powered vehicles by 2035, which makes this entire conversation a very different one. In that we know that we're going to California's going to be there in just a short amount of time in terms of selling all electric vehicles. So I think it's even more incumbent today for the county to start making the proper plans that as we purchase new fleet vehicles, that we move towards electric EV ones. But along with that, I think this board has to have a more extensive discussion in terms of making sure that we're also investing in our EV charging infrastructure for our fleet. If you could just imagine the amount of vehicles that our county workforce uses, we do need to have the charging capabilities, and that they should be owned by Monterey County, so that we're not outsourcing those, and then we're at a whim of a private company charging whatever electric fees they may want to charge in the future. So these are all points for a longer discussion, but certainly I think one that we could start doing right away as every year we're purchasing new vehicles. The second point was I would just make is on just making our facilities more energy efficient. And I know, Ashley, we started with the first 3 buildings that were more intensive on energy use, but I think there's more work to do in our other facilities throughout the county to find those projects where we could reduce our energy and carbon footprint in some of our major facilities. But I look forward to taking action on those that I think would be part of meeting these goals of reducing the amount of carbon that our county contributes to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Lopez, any comments?
No additional comments at this time. Madam Chair, beyond just saying appreciate the work and continuing to do everything we need to do to keep the community engaged and get it right. But happy to keep moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I do not believe that we have Supervisor Rudasky with us at this point. But I'll just make a couple of quick comments. This is a really timely presentation, especially regarding the electrification of our fleet with the governor's recent announcement, as Supervisor Alejo referred to, about phasing out gas-powered vehicles by 2035. I appreciated the excellent speaking job that you did at the media briefing last week. You did a great job, and I just want to thank you for that very much. I know that there are concerns from the ag community about the climate action plan. I've heard that, and I'm committed to working with our staff and all of the stakeholders to ensure that we do come up with a workable solution, because we all have to be on this. The climate action is real, and Monterey County needs to do its part. So my hope is that we will be able to continue to move forward. And I very much appreciate your leadership in this as we do move forward, Ashley. So thank you. Thank you for that very much. With that, we will receive the presentation. Oh, sorry, I forgot to go out to the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to make comment on this item? I am not seeing any hands raised. The only hand I see up is Supervisor Alejo's hand, and I think that's a legacy hand. There we go. Thank you. Okay, great. I see no members of the public coming forward, and I do not see anyone online. So again, Ms. Paulsworth, I'll just simply thank you very much for your presentation, and please know that you have the full support of this board as we move forward. Just before we recess to lunch, I want to go back because I neglected to announce one of the other ceremonial resolutions that we had. And I simply want to say that we today in our vote adopted a resolution honoring Priscilla Walton for her visionary leadership and her lifetime of service. And I know that that resolution will be presented to her at a future event. But again, I apologize for not having brought it forward during the time that we were doing our ceremonial resolutions. With that, now I'm going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We will return to closed session and reconvene here in chambers at 1:30. Thank you all very much.
Mic number 1. Mic number 2. Mic number 4. Mic number 5. Mic number 6. Mic number 8.
That camera doesn't follow you.
Mic number 11.
Clerk's mic. Mhm.
Mic number 12. Hey, Kyle, can you guys mute yourselves?
Can you hear us from the room?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2. Audio mic. Wireless mic 2.
I would like a nap. Why I haven't
Enough people here to count? Oh, good. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for today, Tuesday, August 30th, 2022. Could we have a roll call, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Phillips appearing in person and Supervisors Lopez, Alejo, and Root Askew appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And before we get into our first item, which is first matter, which is item number 12, I do want to remind the public that we have removed items 13 and 14 from the board agenda today. They will be heard at a later time. So we will go ahead and jump right into item number 12, which is to discuss and provide direction regarding proposed amendments to Monterey County Code Titles 20.69 and 21.69, extending the sunset date of the outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation pilot program, and removing the requirement that an applicant provide proof of cannabis cultivation in the site prior to January 1, 2016, and a variety of other things. And we'll have a wonderful presentation by our able cannabis folks here today. And we will begin with Eric Lundquist, the Director of Housing Community Development, and Joanne Iwamoto, Program Manager. Thank you so much. Just a reminder, anyone who is a participant and may have called into Zoom by a telephone number, please remember your controls are *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute or unmute yourself. So we can please go ahead and start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff. Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Director, and as you stated, Chair Joanne Iwamoto, the Cannabis Program Manager, is here with me today to help me in this presentation. As you may recall, back in June of 2019, the board adopted two ordinances, one for the inland and one for the coastal, that created the outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation pilot program, formerly referred to as the pilot program. Those ordinances were very specific to certain areas of the county. It was bolstered in May of 2021 by board action to amend those ordinances in an effort to extend the pilot program from its original 5-year term to an additional 3 years, add permanent grazing as an allowable zoning type within the Kashawa area plan, and increase the canopy limit from 10,000 to 20,000 square feet, and to reduce setbacks from the nearest off-site structure from 500 to 250 feet, with the ability of the review authority to grant exceptions to those setbacks upon making certain findings. That ordinance in 2021 is in effect for the inland area, and it will expire in 2026. The ordinance for the coastal zone has yet to be certified. So the original ordinance that was adopted in 2019 is still in effect, and it will expire in 2024. HCD staff is currently working with the Coastal Commission in its certification of that ordinance from 2021 that would extend the program an additional 3 years to mirror up with the inland ordinance that would ultimately expire in 2026. We have been working with the industry with the assistance of program staff to attract eligible applicants into the pilot program. We've had several different types of interest. Ultimately, we only have now one active applicant in the outdoor pilot program. We have others that have expressed an interest and have been engaged with the program in the GET program. And I will just allow Joanne to go into the GET program and what that means as it relates to this ongoing conversation. Joanne?
Thank you, Eric. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. So just as Eric has mentioned, the Growing Equity Together program was actually approved by this board in December of 2021. And it has taken us some time. We had to apply for an RFP to provide services. So at this time, we have 21 applications, 9 of which relate to the outdoor cultivation. And one of the reasons why they have not submitted a formal and complete application is that they are waiting for the equity dollars for funding to assist them with that application. In looking back at the entire program itself, and we do understand that there have been challenges. There have been amendments to the ordinance, as Eric has stated. One of the concerns is that some of the heritage growers have lost their lease, and so they are no longer, they can't utilize the space of which they were previously cultivating. Another component of the GET program was this concept of a retirement, remediation, and relocation, or what we call the RRR component. And what we are here today that we'd like to discuss is whether or not the board wants the program to pursue that. And at the time in December, when it was approved, and at the same time, the program was applying for the local jurisdiction assistance grant, we set aside dollars specifically for the program. But because it requires the EIR, and with the other recommendations that we're suggesting the board to consider, it might not be in the best interest to pursue that RRR for such a small number of applicants.
The triple, excuse me, can you just explain that to me?
And maybe I'll defer that to Eric, just so you can just kind of.
Sure. Ultimately, what that means is it would take previous properties and allow them to transfer those development rights to other offsite properties. That's what it is in short. And what we've suggested to the Cannabis Committee in our presentation to them on May 5th is other amendments to the ordinances that would make the RRR program unnecessary. And so we went to the Cannabis Committee. We had suggested removing the requirement for qualified properties to be previously cultivated upon. As Joanne mentioned, a lot of them have lost their leases, or those property owners are no longer willing participants, or they've in fact sold those properties. There are a variety of circumstances. And in making that presentation to the Cannabis Committee, there was a lot of discussion, and ultimately we presented back to the Cannabis Committee on July 7th with additional information, and the Cannabis Committee directed staff to present to the full board. There was quite a bit of discussion at the committee, and there wasn't one position necessarily agreed upon. And so we're here in front of the board to present our staff's suggestion for changes to the ordinances. And it was also suggested at the committee to present anticipated costs and potential cannabis business tax revenue that would be generated from these revisions. And so it is staff's recommendation, in order to attract additional operators into the cannabis, outdoor cannabis pilot program, that we modify the regulations to remove that requirement that properties are only eligible if they were previously cultivated upon, and create new regulations, perhaps that it would require those legacy farmers that were previously cultivating within those areas to be eligible for cultivation on other properties that would meet the other standards of the ordinances, be in those specific zoning districts, both in the inland areas and in the coastal zone, meet all the other setbacks, comply with the entitlement requirements by obtaining the necessary administrative permits or the coastal administrative permits. So that is why we're here today, is to get that feedback from the board on whether it would support revisions to the ordinances. If there is some direction by the board to do that, we'll need to approach the Planning Commission and obtain its recommendation. I would ask that the board also opine on whether it would be necessary to go back to the Cannabis Committee, either in advance of the Planning Commission or subsequent to the Planning Commission's recommendation, or at all, knowing that the board will ultimately need to consider the ordinance. With that Go ahead, Joanne.
I just wanted to add the direction that we, about the costs.
Yes.
Okay, so the committee also directed the staff to include in the report the anticipated costs, if there would be additional costs. And at this time, we just don't feel that we would need to have additional staff because currently we have 3 code compliance inspectors and 3 environmental health specialists. And the program could cover the costs. They could incur the costs of any processing of the permits. But with that said, there is a staff's recommendation that that you consider that you put a cap. So it would be up to 300,000 square feet, and it would be approximately 15 operators. So as I said, right now you have 1 application who I believe is also a GET applicant as well. And so you would have 9 that would qualify through the Growing Equity Together program.
In just some simple math, our current tax rate is $1 per square foot of outdoor canopies. So the total potential revenue generated from these revisions could potentially be $300,000. I would say that there is some impact to Housing and Community Development Department, as this revision was not anticipated as part of the FY23 budget. We could absorb that cost, and the cost would be primarily related to staff time to generate the board reports, put together the ordinances. But should there be board direction to move forward, we can absorb those costs into our budget. And knowing that there would be some additional revenue, I believe there's be some benefit in doing that. Joanne, did you have anything else to add?
One more slide.
I think that was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That concludes.
That concludes the presentation. So we're looking for direction on whether the board would like to revise the existing outdoor commercial cannabis pilot program to extend the term and to potentially revise the qualifying properties criteria to allow legacy farmers to grow on other properties and to provide further direction as the board sees fit. Thank you.
I have a number of questions, but before I get into them, or even before I ask my colleagues for questions, I just want to know, do you guys think that this is a good idea?
A general question, is the outdoor cannabis pilot program a good idea?
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea. I believe the purpose of the program is to get those black market operators into the white market and to be fully compliant, just as the other components of the industry are. You know, we have a lot of mixed light operators that are fully in compliance. We have a lot of indoor operators. The outdoor pilot program is really one of the only sectors that is missing from the cannabis industry within the community and within the greater county.
Thank you. And, you know, and I know that there have been challenges. There's been challenges with the ordinances, thus, you know, the reason for staff to bring forward the amendments. But I feel like that now that we have a GET program, I just don't feel that we've given them the opportunity to actually work within this pilot program structure. So I do agree with Eric that I think it needs to have an opportunity with the different resources that are now available.
And then the 300,000 acres, that 300,000 square feet, that equates to just a bit over 6 acres total. Is that about right?
Sounds about right. Each operator at a maximum could only cultivate 20,000 square feet. So 20,000 times 15 operators results in the 300,000 square feet.
Okay, correct. And then with the transition to annual licensure, if they're under the 22,000 square feet, then they do have until the very end of 2025. So it gives us some time if the pilot program expiration date was extended, or if it was actually possibly considered to be removed, because there is some concern that a operator or an applicant invests all this money into the process and into the land, and then the pilot program could be terminated.
Thank you. Any other quick comments, or not quick, but any other comments that you'd like to make before we go to the board for questions and then the public for comment and questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, both of you, very much. I just wanted to hear your perspective on that. They're telling me I'm not speaking into my mic enough, so I better lean over here. So first I'll go to Supervisor Phillips because he's near me.
Yeah, I asked it to pull off number 55 today for the 261,939 contract. How does that fit into this? Is that a prerequisite to moving forward, or if we decided we don't want to put that money out, can we still move forward on the outdoor program?
Really, this was birthed out of a desire to streamline the outdoor cannabis entitlement process. Currently, each operator that comes in for an entitlement for an outdoor operation has to conduct their own individual environmental assessment, and staff then prepares the necessary documents pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. This work is now supported by the local assistance grant. And so the state funding became available. And so we thought, let's use some of that funding to provide this streamlining effort. And so that's what we've suggested to the board, is that 260,000 be funded from this grant to support a programmatic environmental impact report that then each of those individual operators can rely upon for their CEQA evaluation, and potentially not then be forced to do individual environmental reviews, and only then be subject to the administrative permit or the discretionary permit.
All right, but we've only had one applicant so far.
That's correct. And we know some of the issues that are prohibitions, and that's one of them, is the cost to do that environmental assessment. They're having to get traffic studies, cultural resource studies, biological studies.
You mentioned equity grant or equity. How does that fit into outdoor grows?
So 9 of the 21 GET applicants have expressed interest in being part of the outdoor grow program. And so if they qualify, and we are in the process of qualifying the applications right now, and if they do qualify, then there's a lot of opportunities. For example, at the state level, they have a fee waiver program where they can have their application for their state license. They can hopefully qualify for that. And then also there's grant dollars outside of the educational piece and the technology assistance. So I believe that a majority of the 9, they're actually waiting for these grant dollars to be able to submit the complete application because the fees would be due. So that's how it kind of correlates together.
Okay, but we got into this, and I know Supervisor Adam felt strongly that we don't cut off these heritage growers, the ones legacy, they've been there, but it sounds to me like we're expanding that considerably.
Well, but we're limiting it to 15 or the 300,000
square feet. The intent was, though, to preserve those legacy farmers. So you wouldn't, right now you have to, it can be anybody and any operator. It can be out of state operator coming in. The only criteria is that property would have had to have been previously cultivated.
Right.
Our suggestion is, if the board would like to broaden it out to other eligible properties, it can maintain, though, that it just be eligible to those legacy farmers. And so the criteria would be that you'd have to prove that you operated within the county or within that particular region before, but you could look to other properties for opportunity.
And they would have to do that before they could be eligible for one of these grants.
Correct.
Are you concerned about costs? A lot of the areas that we're talking about are remote areas, Big Sur, Kachawa area. So your people are going to have to go out and do inspections.
Go ahead.
Correct. And for all this time, we've been anticipating that. And that's why, back a few years ago, we did ask for the 3 because we would need that one set of that inspection team to do these long kind of geographic drives out there. So we've always anticipated that. And the staff, they do understand that. They understand that that would be part of their routine of their inspection schedules.
And it's a real concern, if I might add, that not every, though we are making zoning districts eligible, not every property will be eligible. The California Department of Board of Forestry just adopted an update to its regulations, and it could make certain properties infeasible due to the need for added infrastructure. And depending on the particular operations, they may need restroom facilities. And so then there's all of that infrastructure that go in water sources. So not every property is going to be feasible. So we may find that it draws in these operators closer into where the infrastructure is, the roadways and water systems, as opposed to being so remote.
Okay, but one of my big concerns, the reason I didn't want that in my district, and I think Supervisor Lopez felt the same, was the security issue. I mean, as you know, we've had a lot of security issues, and we have security guards at the dispensaries and at the farms, the indoor grows. My concern was we kind of morphed this into properties here and there. How do we deal with the security issues?
Security is a concern, although I would say usually the criminals are lazy. They're not going to go and cut down a wet plant. They're really after the cash and, the processed product. And, at 20,000 square feet, it's going to be much more limited on these outdoor properties than you might find in the indoor and in the mixed light scenarios.
All right. What are the other counties doing on outdoor grows? Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, when we compare ourselves to other jurisdictions, sometimes it's difficult because we are primarily mixed light indoor. And obviously we don't have any outdoor yet, but for Santa Barbara, Santa Cruz, up in Sonoma, up in Mendocino, Humboldt, there's a lot of outdoor grow. Now, the one thing that is changing with the state and the outdoor grow is that I believe they're going to allow some light deprivation, which means that they'll probably be able to do more than one turn, because usually it's one harvest per year. So that would also change, just the growing that would be occurring outdoor. And you could look at that 2 ways. It's an opportunity to increase the number, the capacity of the product that they're going to produce. That could be a good thing. But it could also be more concerning for the fact that they would be maybe cultivating longer.
I'm just thinking if we're not using the heritage that you farmed on that same land, could we use some of this grant money to help them move into a more confined area for indoor?
That could be a consideration.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, a couple questions on the item that was pulled when we talked about doing an environmental document. When we did the larger one for all the properties, the old greenhouse area, we had to know exactly which properties we were talking about, and if they weren't covered in that report, then it didn't cover them. Can you explain how this would be different? How it seems kind of cart before the horse for me, given that experience. I'm just wondering how this would be a different scenario.
Supervisor Lopez, I think are you referring to the programmatic study that was done for the 45 sites off of Spence and
Correct.
Old
That
Stage?
identified the need for widening of the lane and the additional space there to merge onto Old Stage.
Right. So this is different in the sense that the project description would be the ordinances. So it's evaluating the ordinances and assigning mitigation measures based on the ordinance. So it does look at it more globally than the 45 site initial study and programmatic mitigated negative declaration, which looked at specifically those 45 sites. But a programmatic environmental impact report is very typical, although I know in Monterey County, it's probably not as typical as some of the other jurisdictions throughout the state, but it is heavily used as a tool to streamline projects, and it would assign typical mitigation measures for projects as they come in. For an example, for archaeological resources, if it was found that operators were to exist in high sensitivity areas known for archaeological resources, that a potential mitigation measure would be a tribal monitor or on-site archaeologist that would be there during land disturbing activities. So just as an example. So this would be that high level analysis, and it would be equated to what our approach is on the, not to raise another issue, but the vacation rental ordinances. We're in the process of preparing a programmatic environmental impact report that will have a similar approach as we're suggesting here with this programmatic environmental impact report. Does that answer your question, Supervisor?
Yeah, it does to a degree. Thank you. Another, question is just in terms of this particular proposal, when we remove a period of the window that we talked about, we've done that once, right? We extended the 3 years, but this time the proposal is open-ended completely.
Well, our suggestion is a more general question. Should the term be extended? And then that's subject to discussion. Is that another shorter period of time? Is that specific to the inland area only? Is it subject to the coastal area? And if there is a term, to what degree is that term? I think we've found that the shorter terms are a prohibition. As Joanne mentioned earlier, there's a lot of costs that go into developing a property, and the operators have to weigh risk with that cost. And if they're having to remove all of that infrastructure and vacate the property at the end of 5 years, now 8 years, is that worth them to get up and running and then just to cease operations? And so I would think that should the board like to extend the program, that the term be longer, or convert this to a non-pilot program into just as our other cannabis ordinances are, just a general program.
So then a question about the singular application that you have in. Is that the application that is outside of the boundaries, or is that an application that is within the boundaries?
That is an application within the boundary.
Okay. And that other application that was outside has been pulled, or is it just not included in your numbers due to the fact that it's outside?
It is not included in that number. It's included in the larger number. We have that application, and then I believe there's 4 other applications that have requested checklists. And they're in what we call a given out status, which means we've given out the checklist that informs them on what is necessary to submit the formal application.
Okay. There's been a lot of reference to RRR, and I read, I think there was a line in the staff report that we adopted or approved the use of RRR in December. Can we be clear about how we approved the use of that? Was that part of the grant or in any other use?
Supervisor Lopez, it's Joanne Iwamoto. So the RRR was one of the components of the Growing Equity Together program. Okay. And once that was approved, then the program went ahead and included that in the local jurisdiction assistance grant application.
But how it gets used is not fleshed out, correct? Because this board has taken up RRR in the past and decided it was not what it wanted to do.
Correct. That's why this is a critical piece, because the program does need to understand, should we move forward because it will require the EIR, or should we maybe amend our grant award and use those dollars somewhere else?
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. I have additional comments, but I'll wait till after public comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment because this program was I made the referral to create a pilot program for these small farmers several years ago now, and it's evolved from its original intent. It seems with some of the recommendations, we know that we needed to make some changes, and we know that we needed to balance that with some of the public safety and nuisance concerns because we knew that they are real for neighbors once the program is allowed to proceed and people start cultivating. For example, in Santa Barbara, there was real conflicts between neighbors with odor issues. There was conflicts between farmers and cannabis vineyards right next door to each other and crossover pesticides. These were all examples that we were looking at to try to avoid the pitfalls from other communities. And there was real public safety concerns. People do, when they see fields of what they perceive as cannabis, they do go and commit theft. There's actual cases out of Fresno County where people were arrested for stealing plants that they believed was cannabis, but it turned out to be hemp. So if you say that wouldn't happen, it's just not accurate because there is cases throughout the state where that has been found and charges have been levied against persons conducting in that criminal activity. So all along has been trying to balance these different interests, but now, and so we made some changes from the buffer zones that were required. They were cut from 500 to 250, as was shown in the slides. The amount of acreage went from 10,000 square feet to the 20,000. These were all modifications done to try to make the program work. And despite the changes that we made, we still haven't seen people or applicants move forward besides the one. So now we're moving away. And I just want to get clarification because one of the important requirements was to try to really capture those heritage farmers. But now staff is proposing removing that documentation, and we went over this. There was, they needed to have the proof that they had been cultivating in the area before a certain period of time. Staff is able to document that through photographs and aerial imagery from past years. But now it seems staff is moving away. I'm not totally close to that idea, but it seems that we're moving away from that requirement that was intended to capture the true heritage farmers of the Big Sur area and the Kashawa area. Could staff elaborate? Because it seems like we're just saying we're not going to require that anymore, but that was originally put in there intending to capture those heritage farmers. And now this would seem, if we remove that, it would allow for a lot of outside people, investors or corporations to come in and now submit applications because that documentation is no longer required.
Through the chair, Supervisor Alejo, actually the inverse would be true. Right now, the ordinance speaks to qualifying properties, which you're correct that we would have to prove that those properties were previously cultivated upon. It doesn't stipulate who that operator is, and so we could have investors, we could have corporations, we could have outside the state operators coming in and cultivating on those previously cultivated properties. But our suggestion for discussion today would be to maintain the protections for our legacy farmers, have a requirement that the legacy farmer prove to Housing and Community Development that it previously cultivated within the county during a specified year or years, and then allow that legacy farmer then to seek out other opportunity properties that might actually be better suited to cultivation, where a previously cultivated property might be in a canyon somewhere that was having environmental degradation, and now they're finding a more open rural flat piece of land that might have less environmental damage than the previously cultivated. So that's really the intent today, is to seek direction from the board, if that would be appropriate, is to maintain the protection for our legacy farmers, but allow them other opportune properties.
So you said something interesting, because now, rather than being what this program was intended, as the maker of the original referral, it was intended for those Big Sur heritage farmers. Now you're saying anyone in the county, you said county versus the specific region that we intended the pilot program to protect those heritage farmers in that particular area of the county. And then second, previously the purpose was, if they were farming, it was to require documentation to prove that they really weren't. And now when you're talking about perhaps other clandestine areas that they were farming, how would then they be able to prove that?
Well, you thank you for the clarification. You're correct, and that I think that this is the conversation that we're hoping the board to have, is that, how to define that. Is it those legacy farmers that cultivated in these particular areas that the outdoor cannabis pilot program now speaks to, and then what is the proof that is required? We do have in our current ordinance certain ways to define that, and those could be better defined if we were to adjust the ordinance to speak to those legacy farmers that previously cultivated in these areas. But that that will be fleshed out as we go back to the Cannabis Committee and the Planning Commission, should the Board of Supervisors cause that direction.
So under this recommendation, if somebody was, for example, growing in the Halone area in South County, now under your proposed changes, they would be able to apply to be a small cultivator in Big Sur, as long as they could prove that they were previously cultivating in some part of the county, regardless of whether it was in that particular area of the county.
Well, definitely, if the board wanted to make that suggestion, it could, but I think what staff is suggesting is that this maintain the legacy farmers that could have cultivated on those previously cultivated lands. So maintain those heritage farmers as we've currently defined, but allow them to cultivate on other properties within that region.
Yeah, but I'm not making a suggestion. I'm trying to get clarification on what your recommendation here today does, right? Because when if they were growing in the county, it allows a larger pool of applicants to apply, versus what I think originally was intended was that it was heritage farmers from the Big Sur or Kashawa area. If they could prove that they were cultivating there, then they could apply for one of these licenses and cultivate in these small areas. But it seemed, what I'm asking, what you seem to imply is if they were previously cultivating beyond Big Sur, Kashawa, they could also apply. So I'm just saying that would just enlarge the potential pool of applicants. And so I'm not making a suggestion. I'm asking for clarification. Is that what your suggestion would do?
I think there's two things that need to be clarified here. The way the current ordinance is written is that qualified properties, or only qualified properties, shall be eligible for permitting under this chapter if they meet certain criteria. And that criteria is that the cannabis site is located within the Big Sur land use plan area. And this, I'm speaking to the coastal ordinance right now. And that it be rural density residential or watershed scenic conservation zoned, and that the cannabis site shall be located on a lot where proof of prior cultivation is demonstrated per the above section. It doesn't speak to who that operator is. And that is our suggestion today, is that we allow other properties to be potentially cultivated upon, but protect the legacy farmers of those regions. So if I was a cultivator and I could prove that I previously cultivated within the Big Sur land use plan, I would have the ability to cultivate not on the land that I previously cultivated upon, but on another land within the Big Sur land use plan area.
Okay, great. That I think we certainly want to make it work, right? It's obviously the way it's structured now, we haven't had many people step forward, and if this could bring in additional people, applicants to make this pencil out for this program, I certainly want to seriously consider that. The the other, I had another question. It's escaping me right now, but I'll come back to that. Thank you very much for the clarification so far. I know what the second question, which was going back to Supervisor Lopez's question, which was if going to the CEQA study, if it's a pilot program, is the item that we tabled to conduct that environmental review, if we keep it as a pilot program, and because we've extended it once, if we extend it for an additional period of time, is that going to be required to conduct the outdoor cannabis program? Obviously, we haven't got any applicants so far, but is that a required piece in order for this program to be successful?
An ordinance is subject to CEQA. And so our thought was if the board was to direct these revisions to the outdoor cannabis pilot program, and if the board was also to execute a contract with Wood Environmental for the programmatic EIR, we could integrate the two, that through that programmatic environmental impact, we could also assess the impacts from these changes that the board is suggesting, the extension of the term, and whether it's amending the qualifying properties. So those could be integrated in. So there would be some benefit in moving that contract forward should the board desire to direct staff to make these revisions. We can contemplate those together.
Yeah, and thank you. And just on last question, just on the equity program, because I think it's important for us and the public to understand how that works. I thought the equity, correct me if I'm wrong, or can you provide greater clarification when we're talking about equity programs? What are those programs? Who are they intended to benefit? I think at a statewide level, they were intended for people who were previously prosecuted under the war on drugs, or perhaps had prior convictions for sales of marijuana or possession. So when we talk about a cannabis program, it's not just going to be anybody who applies under this heritage program. It's particular segments of the population that these programs are intended to allow opportunity within a new cannabis industry in California.
Supervisor Alejo Joanny Wamoto, and yes, that is correct. The cannabis programs GET module is intended for exactly who you have described. It's not a general, just an equity program for the entire county.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of comments, and then Supervisor Phillips is wiggling. Maybe he wants to say something. And Supervisor Lopez, is your hand up again, or is this a legacy hand?
Oh, that's legacy. I'll wait till after public comment. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Just a couple of things I wanted to touch back in on. That we're talking about a really small piece of land when we were talking about security. It's well under 10 acres of land. So the scale is really impacts a lot less than the greenhouses do. I'm just kind of curious about how many square footage. I don't know if anybody knows this question off the top of your head, but how much square footage do we have in the indoor greenhouse cultivation? I have a feeling it's a lot more than 300,000 square feet of canopy.
We have properties that are just by themselves 300,000 square feet.
Just like one
property.
One property, right. So we're talking about a really small and limited area, and it still is limited to Big Sur and Cashour. We're not expanding beyond the area that we originally proposed when we first brought this up. So I feel like we've yeah, thank you so much, because I think you have clarified a lot of misconceptions that people may have had. And when I think of some nice little music, and nobody's willing to acknowledge that it's their phone, so I've done that before. Shoot, I've almost forgotten my point here. Oh, I know. When we were talking about the equity program, I must admit that one of the things that has always bothered me about the outdoor program, about not having an outdoor program is how ruinous it was for the legacy farmers who had been growing legally under was it 215, I think it was, the Compassionate Care Act had been growing legally cannabis during that time in the Jamesburg, Kashawa, and Big Sur area. 2 generations of families had been working the farm. And by the, strike of a pen on December 31, 2016, they lost everything. That was it. They had to close up. And I just feel that, that was a terrific injustice. And I think that this is one way of being able to allow them to do what they can do well. So we've heard, Supervisor Rudascu has her hand up, and then we'll go out to the public.
Thank you. And just in terms of questions, the question that I had in it was really sort of addressed in the conversation. And I really am valuing the dialogue among my colleagues here on the board to hear some of the reasons why there were concerns, and to hear also about the history and the way in which different districts are impacted by this ordinance, or by what this ordinance could allow for. So was there anything else that was discussed in the Cannabis Committee as to reasons why we wouldn't want to pursue making these staff recommended changes?
I think I'll have to look at Supervisor Lopez for that, because
Yeah, and those I've got some of those that I'm going to capture my comments, but my concerns in committee, and the reason that I was okay with it moving forward while not giving it my support, really come in a couple places. One is financial. That we're assuming that this time we've built it right, and 100% of these are going to get filled, and that's going to barely cover the costs, and that worries me. The other is just the RRR program. It has a lot of impact, and we were told, this board voted before, it said it wasn't right when it was impacting folks in South County, and now it's right. And so I just don't feel that it's the right time or fair, given everything that we're looking at with the current state of cannabis in our communities. When we're talking about potentially light debt being allowed, you're talking about light issues in communities and generators. I've lived it. I've dealt with those issues and calls constantly when I worked for Supervisor Salinas, and I'm just afraid that with the evolution that's happening within the outdoor grow, with legislation coming down from the state level, we're gonna have a lot more issues to contend with in the next year. And so I've got some real concerns, but some of those were those that were brought up in committee for discussion. And again, it came out with a split, kind of not even a vote, but just endorsement.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. And then I'm not familiar with the state legislation that you're referencing in terms of outdoor grow, but is that something that staff has considered and continues to make the recommendation, knowing what's happening at the statewide level?
Through the chair, Supervisor Askew, Joanne and I are looking at each other puzzled, because we're not certain what that is referenced to, other than there is been some changes to allow large scale operations, which would be those operators more than an acre. If that's what's being alluded to or referred to, that's the only reference I can think of. Unless Supervisor Lopez has some further clarity on that.
I was talking about the light depth.
Oh, I see.
Right, and that was brought up by staff in their presentation.
Got it. So in reference to perhaps hoop houses is what those would be for the outdoors, that would allow, what is the slippery slope of that, I think, is your concern, right?
Correct. And when generators misfire and they run through the night, been there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I don't think that's what we're anticipating here.
Great. And thank you for the additional clarification. I'll look forward to public comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. And with that, we will take it out to the public now. Is there any member of the public present who would like to come forward and make comments? Or
Hello, Supervisors. Thank you for having us today, and thank you for considering the staff's recommendation to some changes to the outdoor pilot program. My name's Oliver Bates. I'm president of the Big Sur Farmers Association, the few survivors. These changes would help our few survivors. We started in 2017 with 150 farmers from just Kishawa and Big Sur land use districts. This would bring it down to 15, which means we've had 90% losses at this point. We come from a deep and rich heritage of cannabis growing, and really, we've done a lot of work on our end to try and convince our farmer members to trust the authorities in stepping forward, and that hasn't really worked out. There's been a lot of shattered public trust, mostly due to constant enforcement action. But today we do have a certain amount of applications that are in and a certain amount in the equities program pending. And we feel like these few recommendations would really help all of our farmers. There's a great deal of history being lost here that's very important to many people. And what goes on in these rooms, you may not think has a causal effect, but it does. Over the last year, I had my oral history taken by the Bancroft Library in UC Berkeley because they're very concerned about losing the heritage and the culture of the cannabis industry that was created in California. We're also working with UN and with Secretary Gutierrez and put our name into a petition to be a UNESCO World Heritage Cannabis Site, much like Mexico, Colombia, India, other places. But this is of huge historical significance. We helped create the CDFA's Appellation of Origin program, and we work with the Napa Valley Vintners. So we are working on a very high standard of quality cannabis with quality craftsmen and craftswomen that never had their chance to get started. They didn't get their space to operate in the gray zone like the greenhouses did. They got no provisions. They got no tax breaks, they got nothing, and there's still a few fighting, so please help them if you can.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bates. There anyone else in chambers who wishes to comment today? Okay, and I see one person has her hand raised online, and that is Eloise Shim. If you'd like to make your comments.
Hello, this is Eloise Shim. So I would like to comment about the fact that I am in support of the thing that you passed about Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, including in the teaching curriculum, the detrimental effects of cannabis in the schools. As a 12-year veteran of MPUSD as a substitute teacher, they fought me and silenced me and ultimately banned me from schools when I was in an appropriate high school venue because the political pro-cannabis attitude trumps anything that might threaten their business interests. And the youth echo that sentiment. Right now, you have the opioid crisis and the healthcare workers, law enforcement, mental health workers. Tomorrow is the opioid awareness day, and cannabis is an opioid. And people, this idea of expanding the pilot program that it will cut down on the illegal grow operations, that's a false conclusion to come to. Because those people like the Sonora and Jalisco cartels, they send drones to spy on law enforcement to learn how they monitor the illegal drugs. So there's not going to be any rehabilitation of the illegal so that they'll want to comply with the legal aspects of cannabis cultivation. So that just isn't really something that you'll have to be concerned about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Shim. And now we have Kim Stemler.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you so much. In addition to my regular work, I'm on the board of the Emil Norman Arts Foundation. And we purchased Emil's house on Pfeiffer Ridge to make sure that his legacy was continued. I just want to make sure I totally support all the growers, but I don't want growing near that house. So I don't know how you restrict that and protect our environment. And to my knowledge, there wasn't any legacy grows up there. It's a very residential area in Big Sur. But I just wanted to cite my concerns. And I am a huge advocate for the cannabis industry, yet don't want it near homes. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Demler. Is there any other person online? Yes, we have Freddie.
Hello, my name is Frederick Rincon. I'm actually a public servant, and I fully agree with encouraging good business and big cannabis and doing the right thing and possibly lowering the taxes in the future. I think that's actually the issue, is the difference between the taxes versus the untaxed versus consumer going for a cheaper product because there is untaxed versus the health benefits. I saw the news saying, oh, it's in trash bags, there's mold. I've had a personal experience lately with the Monterey courts. Judge Liu actually had his court investigator, Richard Lee, found a grow in Salinas in someone's garage with 50 plants and 4 children in the house, and nothing was done about it. So I'm not exactly sure, worrying so much about spreading who can do it as far as just cutting taxes for the big businesses and making them stop compete with these people that are growing it in their garages unsafe. And now we have children that are, being exposed to this. Who knows with the grows, the lights, and like they said, the gangs and the crime and everything that goes along with it. You have people that were committing these crimes before it was legal. So just because it's legal now, do we take into account that they were criminals before? If they're a previous felon growing it before, now are they all of a sudden a businessman? That's about all I have for you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to make comment who's either on the phone or in the chambers? I'm not seeing anyone coming forward, and I'm not seeing any additional hands raised. So we'll bring it back to our board again for following comments and any other follow-up or questions. Supervisor Phillips, would you like to start off?
I'll wait till I hear from my colleagues, but I wasn't a fan of the outdoor grow, but we got convinced to do this because of the empathy for the legacy growers and a very small number of people who had been growing for years legally or otherwise, but doing it for that. But it seems like we're expanding it and putting more money in it, and especially we're encouraging more people to get into it. And I do see some real problems in outdoor grows that you don't face in indoor grows, and especially doing all we can to get more people in the business when now we're being told by the business we're overproducing and obviously we're taxing way down. I don't know. I just have some concerns of expanding it beyond what it was originally intended for. So,
thank you for your comments. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I expressed just before we went to public comment a lot of the reasoning behind my inability to support this today. I would be able to support an extension, perhaps of another 5 years to make it 8 years total, or maybe 10 years to within the current boundaries. The concept of the pilot program was to prove out the ability of something like this to survive. But the issue is, we look at cost recovery. Again, we've done this several times and spent money in the development of a program that nobody has. Well, now we have one person who's applied, but before nobody had even applied in the years that it was available. So it's hard for me, much like Supervisor Phillips expressed, to say it's time to go further when we have not seen folks come in. And it's a tough thing to take and say now's the time to expand it, having seen what happens in communities where these take place and when they're not expected. And I think that's the piece where it's going to be really difficult for some of the controls to stay in place. We know that wildlife becomes a bigger issue outdoors with mice, rats, and deer. And then there's impacts to that with larger fencing, and all these little things come into play that I've seen happen in my district, which is the reason that I initially was concerned and wanted this done in a pilot program outside the district to see if a program could work. But having put in all that work and put a lot of time into the thought of how can it work, with buy-in and being told this will get folks in the door, and now we're here for sort of a third shot at this particular apple, and it's really difficult for me to say that now's the time to do this, given everything else and the fact that I just don't feel that this is the path forward at this time for us. It makes the most sense given just where these places we're talking about are going, and sending staff that far down, and without folks really without having seen the full interest of folks to come into the door and to become part of that legal market, given the several iterations that we've put together. And at this time, I just don't think this makes sense for us. And so for that reason, I can't support anything beyond an extension of the pilot program today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Alejo, do you have comments?
Not at this time.
Supervisor Rudascu, at this point?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So by its very nature, the modifications that we're talking about will just maintain a modest pilot program only in my district. It's not in everybody else's district. It's just in this district, which is what we required when the item was first passed by the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the staff's approach so much. I like the narrowing to potential application with the 300,000 square foot cap. Only about 15 applicants would be possible to go in even to the maximum amount of square footage, but we're talking about under 10 acres of outdoor grow in the entire county. I think this reflects the 15 applicants reflects the number of heritage growers we could anticipate even participating in the pilot. And when one talks about, oh, we tried it and it didn't work, we tried it and it didn't work, well, it still was too hard for people. And I think it's appropriate that we should try to modify it yet again so that we are able to make a dent on allowing people to be able to come into the light and work on an outdoor grow program, which is what I believe we need. The added value from having an outdoor pilot program is to preserve the history, as Oliver Bates was saying, to preserve the history of cannabis cultivation and the opportunity to have a recognized appellation to support Monterey County's overall cannabis industry. This is an absence that we have, and it doesn't make sense for us not to have this as part of our portfolio. It's been very difficult to see the hardship and the prejudice that the legacy growers have been experiencing here. We allow people to grow in greenhouses, which I think would probably have as much enforcement issue as we've talked about with the outdoor grow when we're talking about very small parcels of land. It isn't as if we've got, acres and acres growing. And as far as wildlife, et cetera, I would only imagine that any farmer is going to put up fencing so that they would keep the deer out of their plants so that they don't come and eat them. Who wants a bunch of stone deer walking around anyway? I can only imagine the brouhaha. But at any rate, these modifications that we've been working on stem from staff's work on the Growing Equity Together grant program. And I think that is a real opportunity for us. And I think we need to really look at the opportunity that this presents and create equity that we've long been seeking for the outdoor growers in Big Sur and in Kashawa. This is not something that we've not talked about. It's not something that is new that we're springing on people. And from what the staff has indicated, this isn't even, going to cost us tons of money to invest in. We're able to do it. The program can absorb the funding, and HCD has said it's not going to be an outrageous expense for them to be able to do. So I just am having a difficult time really looking at why this is not an appropriate thing to move forward with. Specifically, as we talked about when Simone was still on the Board of Supervisors, that's why we had it. He would only agree to it if we kept it only in the 5th district. He did not want it anyplace else. Just keep it in the 5th district. And I said, that's absolutely fine, because that's really where the heritage is. So those are the thoughts that I have about it. I am just so pleased with what the staff has been able to do. I appreciate so much your focus on this. You have the experience, you have the knowledge, you see the importance of bringing forth an outdoor grow program. And my hope is that there will at least be 3 among us on this board that share that awareness and share the knowledge that we should be able to move forward. At the time, I'd like to make a motion. Based on a couple of comments that I heard, I would make a motion to extend the term of the pilot program to 2020, remove the prior cultivation requirements, limit the aggregate commercial cannabis canopy to the 300,000 feet as recommended in the staff report. So
And please just second that motion, Supervisor Adams. This
thank
is
you
after
so much. Thank you very much, Supervisor Riasco. I appreciate that.
Chair,
Yes.
did you say extended 2020? Did you mean
No, I said 2030.
2030?
2030, which is what, 8 years from now. You know, in fact, when we were talking about the hardship, I was thinking about Laguna Seca and the fact that we've had difficulty. If we look at some other way of approaching it, that you need to, if you want people to invest, whether it's yourself or someone else, you can't have it just be for 3 years. You need to have a long-term program so that you can get the return on your investment. So at that rate, I will see if there are any final comments from any of my other colleagues before we bring it back for an actual vote on the motion that I put forward and the second from Supervisor Rudascu.
Chair, if I may, just as a point
Yes.
of clarification,
Yeah.
are you planning to take up item 44, the 44 on the programmatic EIR as a separate motion, or is this in?
I could roll it in, but actually, since it was a separate motion, separate item in the consent calendar, why don't we go ahead and have that as a separate item?
Very good.
A separate motion.
Madam Chair, I would offer a substitute motion to extend the pilot program by 8 years to 2030 and not including the other items.
Second.
So we have a substitute motion and a second. And I think that we would have to vote on the substitute motion first.
That's correct.
Okay, any other comments from staff?
Well, my concern is that I want to make sure that we walk away with clear direction. So if your recommendation is not supported, then my question would be for the Growing Equity Together program, because that coupled with the grant work does take up quite a bit of time. And I think to be fair, if this was not approved and it just extended the program with the same requirements, I am not sure that these applicants are going to be able to actually use the ground that they were previously cultivating on, because they don't have the lease anymore. So then it really, my next question would be, do we want a Growing Equity Together program? Because I'm not sure what we would be able to provide to them, to those 9. And then we would need to amend the grant, and we would need to figure out and bring that item back to the board to gain approval on how we would use those dollars.
So, Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes.
Wouldn't we be able to offer indoor space with all the space that's opening up throughout the county? It doesn't have to be an outdoor program, and we could amend the application to state so. Is that not correct?
To amend the award, the grant award, to have those dollars apply to indoor and mixed light, is that? I'm
correct.
sorry. Correct.
You can take those same folks and offer them that opportunity, give them the space that's freeing up throughout the rest of the community where places that it's already been approved. It does not have to be an outdoor program.
We could consider, we could bring that back.
Yeah, I think that can be taken to the cannabis program for consideration. the discussion on how we look at this program, I think, can be taken up by the cannabis program.
Just is so difficult for me to sit here and look at something. Sorry, we have a motion on the floor and a second, and we need to move forward with that. So if we could have a roll call vote, please.
And this is on the substitute motion.
Pardon me?
This is
This
votes
is,
on the
yeah, it has
substitute
to be on the substitute motion.
Okay.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Sounds like it's going to pass, but I would have preferred the original, so I'll vote no.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
No. Thank you. Unfortunately, the substitute motion passes, and it will never cease to amaze me that when it only impacts one person's district, that she cannot get the support from her supervisor colleagues to be able to make it happen, because the benefit would extend to the entire county. The work would only take place in the 5th district. So now we need to go to item number 55, which is whether or not we want to approve a professional services agreement with Wood Environment to conduct a programmatic level environmental analysis for outdoor commercial cannabis. So I'll see if there's any comment from staff on that.
I would just be here to answer any questions that the board may have. I think it was described in the previous report from staff on what this is. This is the execution of a contract to support the preparation of a programmatic environmental impact report that would be used to streamline future permitting of those applications that the department would receive. So if the board has any questions related to the contract specifically, I can address those now. Thank you.
Are there any comments for staff? I don't see any hands raised. So I will bring it back to see if there is a motion to approve the agreement with Wood Environment and Infrastructure Solutions. And I will make a motion to proceed with the EIR for the existing program. Is there a second? Which would be approving item number 55 on the consent, on the consent calendar.
Through the chair, so if we're not creating an outdoor grow program that's viable for anyone to participate in, what is the benefit of completing the EIR?
I'll look to staff for a response.
Through the chair, it sounds like we're going to potentially have an extension to 2030. So there would still be some benefit in streamlining the applications for those that would enter into the program during that term. If their execution of the contract does not proceed, then each of those operators would have the burden to prepare technical studies that would support staff's preparation of the necessary environmental documents pursuant to CEQA.
Okay, and however, with the motion, with the previous item that was just made, yes, we voted to extend it, but clearly we know that without making the additional changes that were recommended by staff, we're unlikely to have anyone apply. I guess I'm trying to make sense of how the previous action is aligned with this item now, with the changes that were made from staff recommendation, how that aligns with this item now.
Supervisor, ask you a wise statement. Yep, whether there's some cost benefit in there and moving forward with the $260,000 for a limited amount of applicants would come into question, or whether that funding through the local assistance grant can be reprogrammed into something that might have a broader benefit to the industry.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor Rudasky? That there would be benefit to the overall industry?
Yeah, I guess I just wasn't anticipating the previous item to go the way it was. So as I think about it, I'm comfortable seconding your motion to continue moving forward.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
can I ask
Sorry.
a question?
Yes.
Have we done this and used this with other growers in the indoor area and other areas, or did each one of those deal with their own issues?
No, go ahead.
Supervisor Lopez indicated that a similar approach was taken for the 45 sites that are located in the Old Stage Road and Spence area. We're also taking a similar approach in North County to 7 operators. Those operators collectively participated in funding that work. So there are those circumstances where we're looking at these environmental analysis more programmatically. But I would say with those, it is specific to the operations rather than in this particular case, it would be specific to the ordinances.
But those operators funded it.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, if I could ask a kind of a follow-up question. And so recognizing what happened in the prior motion and the comments by Supervisor Askew in the limited nature here, and also the limited scope based on the last item as geographically, would that potentially lead for a lower cost analysis that's needed here on 55?
No, because the programmatic environmental impact report would be based on the ordinances themselves rather than a knowledge of one particular project or a few particular projects. It would have to assume what the build out is.
Got it. And also obviously the need is still there because the program is still there.
Correct.
Can I ask a question through the chair?
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. My question is, in terms of the way that the report was written, the money was coming from that particular grant. Is it still going to align and qualify given the fact that that isn't an avenue that's open given the prior action?
This would still qualify, although we would need to check in with the state to make sure that it understands. We received this funding with the knowledge that those programs would have expired in 2026. So I can't speak for the state, but it might find more benefit in the fact that there has been this initial support from the board to extend the program to 2030.
Okay.
Yes, and if I could just comment. So the local jurisdiction assistance grant was awarded at 1.7. So the $260 or $265 for the CIR, it is it's a smaller portion of the grant, but I am concerned that since the original motion did not pass and there's not going to be any changes to the actual ordinance for outdoor grow, I am curious about the actual number of applications you will have. And then you're doing the CIR for one right now. And really I'm concerned about the whole Growing Equity Together program, although we will take this back to the Cannabis Committee to see how we can revise this and then of course work with the state. But my concern would be to expend these dollars now with the grant. And the grant is for a 3-year term. So we could perhaps request an amendment to the award again next year.
Did you say there were 9 applicants out of the 15 that were in the process?
9 of the 21 of the GET applicants that related to outdoor grow.
So would it be possible that they would continue to move ahead?
They're not on the qualified properties.
Oh, sorry.
Right. So that would eliminate them because they can't use the properties that they used to have.
Are there any other questions? Is there any comment from the public on this item? which is approving a professional services agreement with Wood Environment and Infrastructure Solutions. Yes, Oliver.
Hello, Oliver Bates again with the Big Sur Farmers Association. Would like to reiterate your comments, Mary Adams, that a lot of this discussion around the outdoor pilot program, all of it revolves around Big Sur and Carmel Valley. Now, the local jurisdictional assistance grant and the EIR, amongst also the extension of extending the equities program applicants. All of this was very much lobbied by our group and by Senator Laird and Assemblyman Rivas to protect the Big Sur farmers, not to disperse amongst the people that created an ordinance to destroy us. So that's first comment. Second comment is, we've gained the approval of our entire community, our land use advisory committee, our coastal commission. We went out, we got your guys' approval to start a pilot program. We worked closely with Assemblyman Rivas and Senator Laird. We worked with the governor himself. Now we're working with UN. I've been recently working in New York to try and help small dairy farmers from losing their multiple generational wealth due to having interest in this plant. But as you make these moves right here, right now, please know that there will be state appropriations committees, there will be the industry itself, and everyone kind of watching. And the reason I bring this up is because whether you believe it in this room or not, if you destroy us, your reputations in Salinas Valley will never recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Any other comments from the board?
Just that I can't support the motion, even spending grant money for this, especially with the limited number of people that look qualify. I can't support the motion.
I see that we have one person with her hand raised as the public. So sorry, I should have gone back to the public before the board. Ms. Rosenthal. Jennifer Rosenthal, if you are able to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chair Adams. This is Jennifer Rosenthal. I would just like to emphasize my concern about approval of this consent item, given the motion, how the last motion went. I would suggest a reassessment of the amount of funds that are going to be spent for the EIR. I did submit another application today, but that is for a Big Sur property, and the other application that I've submitted is for the Kashawa area. And although both of those applicants are also involved in the equity program, any cost recovery they could receive from the grant program would be grateful, highly respectful. And as you've heard from other people, not expanding the ordinance to allow additional growers is going to be detrimental. And I don't anticipate any new applicants applying based on the current regulations under this ordinance. And I would urge the board to reconsider what is required and what is needed to enter into the pilot program, since it is being extended for another 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenthal. Are there any other hands raised? Yes, we have Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting. Thank you for talking to me. I usually have some critical things to say, but this is a different topic on the outdoor grow and Big Sur. I wasn't too during the medical years, I wasn't too familiar about Monterey County's locations of legal medical caregiver growers, operators, but I had, like some of the stories you had mentioned, Supervisor Adams, about in Santa Cruz County, it was grown everywhere. I had like 12 friends, with like medical licenses growing, and as soon as December 31st, January 1st came, and it became legal, they just lost their jobs. And just to piggyback on the last person, like they're not going to want to come to grow here, and it's kind of surprising. Well, not surprising who voted, but surprising that it's getting not approved today. It's really it's confusing, and like the gentleman said, two people ago, yeah, the state is watching, the nation's watching. Now all we hear is these record breaking sales in New York, and Monterey County seems to be struggling all the time. So I'm not going to have any negative things to say today, but I just wanted to reiterate all those things. I think this should be approved, and we have those three are not approving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Is there anyone else who would like to make comment on this item before we bring it back to a vote? I see no additional hands up, and I see no one coming forward. So we have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Adams and a second by Supervisor Root Askew. And that is to approve item number 55 of the consent calendar, which is moving forward with the professional services agreement with Wood Environment and Infrastructure Solutions. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Leho,
No.
Supervisor Phillips,
No.
Supervisor Lopez,
No.
Supervisor Askew,
Yes.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Yes. Thank you very much. And with that, we will close item number 12. And thank you for people for coming to help. And thank you, staff, for an amazing presentation. It was really well done, very thorough.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And now, of course, we have additional items. We are not doing item 13. We are not doing item 14, but we are doing item 15. And I see we have Craig Spencer to lead us off.
Thank you, Chair Adams. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I'm returning to the board today on the Mid-Valley Shopping Center historic determination. In July 13th, I believe, the board considered whether or not to deem the Mid-Valley Shopping Center an historic resource and certified an environmental impact report. At the time, the board heard testimony and adopted a resolution of intent to find that the shopping center was not historic and that there was a preponderance of evidence demonstrating that it is not an historic resource under the California Environmental Quality Act or the county code. We're returning today with a resolution that reflects that motion and resolution of intent. It would be a resolution to find that it is not historic. You would be considering the EIR you certified on that date prior to taking that action. And there was one other item that was requested to be brought back to this board with respect to the EIR consultant and the actions they took during the review of the response to comments regarding the listing of the property on the Pacific Coast Architectural Database. I did speak with the EIR consultant, Ms. Painter. She did say that she did contact the program administrator during her review, which did cause to be recorded Mr. Dahlstrand in that database. She did say it wouldn't have affected her recommendation on the project, but it was something that was done after comments were received on the draft environmental report and before the final environmental impact report was issued. So I did want to report that back to the board, and that's all I had for today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I will see first if my colleagues have any questions or comments at this point.
No comment, but that verifying that was just inappropriate.
I'm not seeing any of my other colleagues' hands raised. So with that, I will take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who would like to make comments on this item.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board. Anthony Lombardo on behalf of the applicant. We support the staff's recommendation and recommended resolution and findings. I did want to report back that as promised at the it was actually June 14th hearing, time flies when you're having fun, that Mr. Stanley did withdraw the original design approval application, and he has had more than one, I believe, meeting with the Carmel Valley Association representatives, and they're trying to work cooperatively on the appropriate design palette, if that's the right word, for the shopping center. So those efforts will continue back through the county approval process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lombardo. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? And we'll see if we have any hands raised from any participants. Supervisor Lay, I see no other member of the public coming forward, but I will bring it back now to our board and to Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to compliment the cooperation that's happened since we last met on that. That's good to hear that the communication's improving and that they're working out some agreements on what can take place at that shopping center. So I just wanted to commend both sides for that effort. But I didn't want to just go back because it was a point that we raised towards the end of our last deliberations on this matter on the sub-consultant who submitted. Could staff just elaborate, because they were going to verify and then or try to verify and then report today whether it was that sub-consultant who in fact submitted that information, because for us it went to the, well, at least for me, it went to the credibility of that report, that recommendation, when rather than being a neutral, the sub-consultant perhaps was being proactive in taking steps that I think a normal consultant would have never done. So could staff just elaborate on that?
Mr. Spencer, do you mind repeating everything that you just said for Supervisor Alejo's benefit?
No, I don't mind at all. So there were comments received during the draft environmental impact report public comment period, indicating as one of the reasons that Mr. Dahlstrand should not be considered a master architect is that he's not widely published, and in fact wasn't added to any lists or databases of published architects. After those comments were received and before our EIR consultant working with their sub-consultant, this particular historian, in responding to comments, there was all I know is there was contact made from that historian to one of the databases, which then caused that database to list Mr. Dahlstrand between the draft environmental impact report and the final environmental impact report being published, which was a change in the circumstances surrounding some of the criteria that might be considered in finding Mr. Dahlstrand a master architect or not.
Thank you for that. And I wanted that made clear. I know the chair doesn't like to hear the truth, as she was trying to cut me off last time I asked the same question. But this is a rare occasion where this happens. And I hope that our staff would think twice about utilizing this same consultant who then subcontracts with sub-consultants who then do this type of biased work and trying to mislead this board by then reporting facts where they were in fact the ones trying to archive records or place persons into certain databases, and so because in all my years in politics, I haven't seen this happen by a consultant or sub-consultant. I just wanted to make that absolutely clear, and hopefully this will not happen again. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez, I take total umbrage at your insult, and am sorry that you were not here enough to hear that we had already had this discussion. Supervisor Phillips had already made a very similar comment to the one you had made.
I'm not Supervisor Lopez, and it's my time, Madam Chair. I could ask the questions I want to ask on my time when I'm recognized. That is my time to ask the questions. You have your time to ask your questions. So please do not interrupt or try to disparage my comments. I have every right to ask my questions and make my comments as I see fit. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're absolutely correct, but you do not have the permission to insult a fellow supervisor. So I really appreciate you're not doing so in the future.
Everyone on this
With
Zoom and
that,
this
I would
meeting
like
knows that
to
it was
move
not an
forward,
insult.
please.
You were the one trying
And
to
now we are moving forward on
correct
this
me, and you
item.
were absolutely
Sorry,
wrong on that.
I'd like to move forward, please. There's no need to rehash the last discussion on this matter.
Then don't do it.
At this point, I would like to see if there is anyone else who wants to make comment on the item. I'm seeing no hands raised. So we will look to have a motion now at this point.
Move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Leo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
For consistency, I voted no last time. I'm very thankful for what it is that you're doing, and I'm really appreciative of the time that you're spending with the Carmel Valley Association. But for consistency, I'm going to vote no again in the hopes that we will be able to keep our communication open and continue to move forward in a very positive way. Thank you very much. The motion passes, and we will now go to item 16, which is new referrals. Charles?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no new referrals this week.
Well, then how about some county administrative officer comments?
And there are no comments this week.
Okay, very good. Then we'll go to board comments. I'll start with Supervisor Phillips. Any comments for this week?
Wait. A little bit. I was at a meeting with a lot of the business people from Monterey, and they all said the main hotels, Pebble Beach, the Plaza, various other ones said it was the best car week they've had they could ever remember. So that was a positive thing. And I think Thursday afternoon, Supervisor Alejo and I will be over where we doing the kind of the kickoff of the Watsonville Hospital coming together, and that our county was very supportive of. So that's something we're all looking forward to. And I did, I know Supervisor Alejo had his car there. I didn't get a chance to go to it, but I got to say that the car show that the PALS group put on at the Salinas, I stopped in there because I was going to a funeral service, but they had a great turnout, best turnout I've seen anytime. So that was a positive thing for the city of Salinas.
I need to apologize to our district attorney, Ms. Janine Paccioni, because I see that we had item 17A, a referral response on the calendar, and I missed it. So we're going to stop our board comments and move back to the referral response. And this is to receive an update regarding the district attorney's Family Justice Center. Ms. Paccioni, are you with us? And
Yes,
are you
thank
ready
you.
to make your presentation? I apologize for scooching over you like that.
No problem. Thank you, Chair Adams. Fellow supervisors, this is a response to a referral made by Supervisor Phillips about the Family Justice Center. We were asked to meet with the city of Salinas, try and find out if there are any resources there, locations for a potential Family Justice Center. The city was not able to provide or indicate when they could provide a location or any resources to assist us in the Family Justice Center. Nevertheless, we proceeded to initiate a Family Justice Center in South County at our King City location. We have proceeded to get operating agreements, and we were successful in a grant for an emerging Family Justice Center. We've contracted with the Alliance for Hope, which is a group that does technical advisement on opening Family Justice Centers, not only in California, but nationwide and actually worldwide. We are going to be having a community forum where we engage with the community, not only our government partners, but our nonprofit partners and interested citizens on what a Family Justice Center should be for our particular area. It'll be in Salinas because that's where most of our partners are located. However, our goal is to start the center in King City, and all of the board members are invited. It's on September 22nd, and you'll be receiving an invitation to that as well. And then from that meeting, we'll firm up our next steps in terms of when we anticipate being able to open the Family Justice Center to the public in King City. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much for that great presentation. We'll see if there's any member of the board who wishes to make any comments on it. Seeing no hands raised, Supervisor Phillips.
No, we can't give up on this. It's an important thing, and we got to keep moving forward down the road. And I think there may really be some grant funding out there that we can still bring in.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, through the chair.
Go ahead.
So we did apply for funding through Congressman Panetta, and we are told that with the assistance of Annette Diadamo, and we are told that it's one of the projects that Congressman Panetta is moving forward to support through some federal funding. So through the rural project, because it's located in King City. So it's a start. Our goal would be to be in actually 3 locations, one on the peninsula, one in Salinas, and then one obviously in South County where we're starting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing no hands raised, I'll go to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this referral response. Seeing no one coming forward and seeing no hands raised, we'll move forward. Thank you very much, District Attorney Paccioni, for your comments. And now we will go back to board comments, and we will go to District 2. We'd start with District 2. We'll go to District 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, first of all, really thank the Police Athletic League of Salinas, Officer Danny Garcia and his entire team for doing a remarkable job in Old Town Salinas. I think it was the 7th annual, but it was the largest car show. They also had the farmers market on the 300 block of Old Town, but it raised a lot of money, and we had a great turnout of local residents. One of the really great event, and hopefully it will continue as an annual tradition to continue to grow. Right next door, I also wanted to thank Tony Verretta and the many veterans and the Salinas Veterans Day Parade Committee for holding the annual Veterans the Salinas Veterans Day fundraiser. It's the barbecue cook-off that also raises funds for the largest Veterans Day event on the Central Coast that's coming up on November 11th. So I want to recognize all the volunteers and everyone who did a great job this weekend in Salinas. I couldn't be prouder of our community. I also want to just echo what Supervisor Phillips just said. I think the sale of the Wattsville Community Hospital has been finalized, and we will celebrate on Thursday with our Santa Cruz County counterparts and many leaders in the Pajaro Valley. What seemed as a very insurmountable barrier to make this happen actually came through. So I just want to compliment everyone who contributed, helped raise money, and Senator Laird and Assemblymember Rivas, who really came through on legislation. But the hard work still remains in terms of trying to make sure that it remains open and the operations are successful as the ownership transitions to the new hospital district. So I'm excited about that effort that we were a part of, and I thank my colleagues for contributing the $3 million to make that happen. Lastly, Monday is Labor Day, and I wanted to take an opportunity to thank all our 5,000 plus county employees, to really thank them for all the hard work they've done during the most challenging of times. This is a day on Monday that our nation reflects on labor history, reflects on all the workers and all they contribute to our local communities and to our nation. And so I hope that we would all take a moment to not just have a day off, but a day to really remember the contributions of labor unions, of working people, because that's what this day is truly all about. Many of the labor protections we have today didn't happen by coincidence. They happened because people stood up and demanded better labor protections in our state and federal laws. And Monday is a tribute to all that wonderful history and to the workers today who make our communities great places to live. Thank you, Madam Chair.
District 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just share my appreciation for all those volunteers that helped make the rib cook-off and the car show possible this weekend in Salinas. Also want to thank Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, who contributed $5,000 to help make the parade happen later this year. And in that recognition will be given to Colonel Lisa Lamb from Fort Hunter Liggett, as she will be the Grand Marshal this year. And so we're excited to see all that coming together for our communities, and proud of the relationships north-south and all the work that goes into that particular event. And this weekend is a big part of making that happen. So thank you to all those volunteers who made that possible. And then the other wonderful news out there is just all the funding we're seeing coming down from throughout the state, and want to continue to ask our legislators to fight for our region. We know that they put their necks out on the line every single day. And as we see all this additional money coming down for EV infrastructure and other things, there's rulemaking that happens in the background, and they do a great job of lobbying for us in that process. So as we continue to walk those processes on broadband and infrastructure dollars, I just want to give them some shout outs for all the work they're doing in the background on the federal and state level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Rudascu.
Thank you. Wanted to announce that we're hosting our next town meeting in the Marina community at the Marina Library at 5:30. Everyone is welcome to join us. I wanted to give a shout out to Regen, formerly the Monterey Peninsula Regional Waste Management District, for hosting a tour for my staff and I of the regional landfill facilities, including some really exciting opportunities for potential micrograding and renewable energy projects that we've got in the works out there. Had a great time at West End Celebration. Mr. Vagnini, thank you for everything you do to make that happen. We had a booth and passed out over 1,000 COVID tests to members of the community. It was really a beautiful celebration of local art and community. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that later this week on Thursday, my team will be out at the Monterey County Fair. Come join us at the fair. We'll be passing out goodies at the Veterans and Senior Resource Fair on Thursday afternoon. So come say hello. We'd love to see you. Thank you for a chance to share some comments today.
Thank you very much for your remarks. So I just have a couple of things. The next Big Sur Byway organization meeting is going to be held on September 7th. If you'd like to get information about the event, please contact my office. This group's effort is to collaboratively manage the Highway 1 corridor through Big Sur. Throughout the last week or so, we've been working on the next Regional Water Forum, which will be held on September 20th. The second forum is being designed as a listening session for the board to hear from the numerous stakeholders. I would like to let my colleagues and the public know that we have invited all of our federal and state elected officials to attend and talk with us about federal and state funding opportunities and resources for regional water solutions. We have also invited all the special district water agencies and regulated utilities that may be partners in a regional solution to provide input on the following questions. What are the water supply needs and conditions facing your agency? What role do you see your agency in impelling regional projects or management actions? Where do you see progress toward regional solutions in the next 5 years? What are the biggest challenges to getting there, and what are your recommendations as next steps? Following this listening session, we're going to hold a final forum on November 8th to discuss the information and recommendations that we gather in September. That's it for responses. So now we will get our readout from closed session by County Council.
No reportable action, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will adjourn. And today we're going to be sadly adjourning for a number of people. We'll be adjourning in memory of Steve Taylor, Christine Durney-Armanosco, Lisa Eisman, and Supervisor Carmen Ramirez. I believe Supervisor Phillips has two of them. Two.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you mentioned, we've unfortunately, in the last couple of weeks, we lost some of our good citizens, some good people. Steve Taylor, a pioneer in bagged salad industry, and part of the iconic Taylor family of Salinas Valley Agriculture died Sunday in Denver at the age of 67. Steve was born and raised in Salinas, attended Salinas High School, UC Berkeley, and then Harvard Business School. When he joined the family business with the rest at Fresh Express. The company was established by Bruce Church, a company that was founded by his grandfather, Bruce Church. And when he died, then Steve's father, Ted Taylor, took it over. Mr. Taylor, Steve Taylor, then headed up the effort to sell and package salad in the retail market. It was known as Red Coach and was then renamed Fresh Express, and the company put its weight behind its consumer packaged salad product and slowly gained momentum. Mr. Taylor would go to become the chairman and the CEO of Fresh Express in 1993, and he remained until it was sold in 21. Mr. Taylor and his partner from Fresh Express invested then in a turnaround vegetable company and started Organic Girl Organic Salads. He leaves behind his wife of 43 years, Kate, as well as his 3 children, Kyle, Christian, and Megan. He was loved the ski slopes, loved the San Francisco 49ers and the Cal Bear fan. And he was a Cal Bear fan until all 3 of his children attended the UCLA, and then he became a UCLA Bruin fan. Some of you will remember his son Christian, who was about 10 years ago, was the toughest linebacker anywhere in college. And I know their grandmother, Joanne Taylor Johnson, never missed a game going to the UCLA games down there. Mr. Taylor died at St. Joseph Hospital in Denver of lung and heart failure. He would be best remembered for his love of Jesus, his sense of humor, which allowed him to bring levity to any situation. He was involved in various ministries and on ministry boards. And besides the other one I mentioned, he is survived by his mother, Joanne Taylor Johnson, his brother, Bruce, his sister, Carrie Taylor, and his brother, Jeff. And fortunately, the last time I saw Steve was at his brother about 2 years ago at his brother's, Jeff, memorial service that they had out at the church ranch on things. So there will be a celebration of his life at the Compass Church in Salinas on September 4th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now I believe that you have Christine Durney Armanosco.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to take a little time to mention a grand lady, a lady I knew. And after I read everything about her, I wished I knew her a little better, Christine Durney Armanosco. She was born to William Dorothy Kingsley Durney in Santa Monica. She grew up predominantly in West Los Angeles, which incidentally was the next town over from where I grew up in Culver City. We didn't find that out till later in our lives. And she spent a lot of time on the Monterey Peninsula. She was raised in a family where her mother was the famed film screenwriter during the Hollywood Golden Ages, and her father, an international businessman, was the founder of the Seafair Corporation. They pioneered the Carmel Valley as a wine region, establishing the first estate vineyard producing premium wines under the Durney Vineyard label. She was at the early age, Christine was exposed to many culture and achievers through their extraordinary experiences, which stretched from Alaska to Angola. She always maintained her humility. She was never more important than anyone else and always had the very generous heart. Christine graduated from Marymount High School in Santa Barbara and later attended Stevens College of Missouri. Her education also included a year in Switzerland, as well as an institute language in Portugal. In 1967, Christine became involved in the wine industry with Durney Vineyards. She helped plant the wine estate's vineyards, as well as the construction of the winery and the production of the first estate bottled wines. She also served as the general manager of Durney Vineyards from 1989 to 1993. In 1982, she established the Wine Estate International by importing and marketing wines from France and Portugal. Her international wine affiliation was brought a great focus to the energy. She was knighted as a gentle lady in the International Brotherhood of the Knights of the Vine in a ceremony at the Carmel Mission. She was active in community services. She served on the International Gala for the Monterey Institute of International Studies, MISS, while serving as director of the board of MISS. She served as a trustee of the Cancer Wellness Center, membership in the Casa Abrigo, Monterey Peninsula Museum of Art, the Monterey History and Art Association, gold sponsor of the Monterey Sports Center, and numerous cultural and educational associations. She also served as a nurse's aide way back when for UCLA Medical Center, and as an assistant at the Long Beach Veterans Hospital, working with paraplegic veterans who served in Vietnam. She was a great passion for dance and animals and the outdoor. She was an accomplished roper on horseback, and she was dancing ballet on stage. She taught ballet at the Hollywood Professional School and danced at the Los Angeles City Ballet. She was a lifetime equestrian who enjoyed riding both Western and English, and she loved any kind of animal. It was said that the animals in her family were loved and cared for just as much as the children. When it came to outdoors, she found peace of that, especially tending her roses. Christine and David were married. I think we all know David Armanosco in 1979. They were married at the Durney Vineyard Chapel in Carmel Valley. They were good friends, close friends, and David and Christine balanced to one another and encouraged each other to take chances, not to worry about failure, but to venture into new areas and make an effort. They believed in one another. Christine enjoyed all things an interior decorator. She was quite accomplished. As a mother and a homemaker, the family dinners on school nights were a must at a candlelight table dinner every night, dedicated to going and beyond, going far and beyond for her children and the family. She was remarkable in balancing the work full time and shuttling her kids in different schools into their after school activities, all the while never complaining or making an issue of demands. Family and friends always looked forward to her signature dishes, and friends became like family to her. Christine was survived by her husband, David, and their 4 children. And in the obituary, each one of the kids had something to say about Kimberly, Nick, Andrew, and Catherine had something very meaningful to say about what their mother meant to them. She didn't want any service. And I got to say that the last time I saw her, and that was 4 years ago or so, when she started her battle with cancer, we were talking, and she mentioned that she had been one of the stewardesses showing people around the University of Fox lot, and I said to her, "Oh, well, when was that?" And she says, when they were building the Hello Dolly sets." And I said, "Well, I was up there, and I was getting paid extra for working high. I was building the Hello Dolly sets." And we said, "We got to talk about that next time," but we never got a next time to talk about it. But a truly grand lady, our whole community, especially your family, but the whole community is going to miss her. So thank you for allowing me to talk about a good friend and a good lady.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Lisa Eisman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to express my deepest condolences to Dave Armanosco on the passing of his wonderful wife. And it is with great sadness and heavy heart that I also announced the passing of Lisa Eisman, the widow of our late friend and Mayor of Salinas, Joe Gunter. She leaves us just over 2 years since the passing of Mary Gunter. Lisa was born and raised in Salinas. She was born on July 23rd, 1956, and passed away on August 16th, 2022. She was the daughter of Mary Ellen Wise Eisman and Henry Eisman. She had received her BA degree in criminology and sociology from San Jose State, and then took courses at UC Berkeley and received her certification as a paralegal from the Paralegal Institute. Lisa was well-known personality in Salinas, and she was a licensed private investigator and a long-term and only second owner of the Salinas School of Dance, and which was established in 1938. And she purchased it back in 1980 from the original owner, Ramon Renov, who was her instructor. Lisa was also a published author. She's published several books, all based on Salinas, fiction and nonfiction. And then she was also served as the vice chairperson of the Citizens Advisory Committee at CTF Soledad, and also the Salinas Valley State Prison. She also served as the historian and archivist for the Salinas Police Department and editor of a local neighborhood newspaper, the Maple Park Magpie. She served as the First Lady of Salinas for many years with her late husband, Joe Gunter, and she performed her duties representing the city with honor and with dignity. She was predeceased by Mary Gunter, but she is survived by her daughter, Taryn Eisman Gunter, Taryn's partner, Justin Lemon, their daughter, Max, Joe's daughter, Jody Bennett, and their sons, Matthew and Jonathan. There will be a celebration of her life this coming Thursday, October 1st, from 2 to 5 p.m. at the Salinas Police Athletics League Hall on 100 Howard Street here in Salinas. With that, I just want to express my deepest condolences to all the Eisman and Gunter family, and that and to let them know that Lisa will be missed by all who knew her and loved her here in Salinas and beyond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now we have Supervisor.
Madam Chair, can I just say she was a grand lady. I don't think the mayor was at any event that she wasn't there with him and supporting him as First Lady of the city. I knew her before they got married when she was a private investigator and was doing that as well as running the dance shop as well as being a private investigator. So, grand lady.
Thank you. And now we have Supervisor Rudascu for Supervisor Carmen Ramirez.
Thank you. So let's see here. On Friday evening, August 12th, 2022, we learned of the tragic loss of Honorable Ventura County Board President, District 5 Supervisor Carmen Ramirez. On behalf of the County of Monterey, we extend our heartfelt condolences to her family, her friends, her staff, and the communities that she so admirably served. Supervisor Ramirez began her career in 1978 as a legal aid attorney in Ventura County. She represented low-income individuals and families in government and courts through the Legal Assistance Program, and later joined the Superior Court to run the Self-Help Legal Center. Throughout her career as a lawyer, she mentored youth, law students, lawyers interested in advancing social and environmental justice issues. In 2020, Supervisor Ramirez made history as the first Latina elected to the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. And in 2022, Supervisor Ramirez became the first Latina ever to serve as president of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. Prior to being elected County Supervisor, Carmen proudly served as on the Oxnard City Council, including serving as 8 years as the acting mayor. Carmen was known and respected across this state for her dedication as a fierce champion of environmental and social justice. In the words of her sister, Maria Elena Ramirez, I want to read some of her sister's statements because they're very telling of who I knew Carmen to be. Maria Elena says, growing up in what was known as Pico Viejo and is now the city of Pico Rivera, she lived as a member of one of the underserved communities she came to champion. Her gifted intelligence, her luck to be an English speaker, her ability to focus brought her professional and academic success.
Despite the large family chaos of living in a too small space and the material scarcity that comes with the discrimination of a minority workers' economy. It is impossible to catalog or even summarize Carmen's achievements in this small space, but people should know that her home filled with annual awards, certificates of appreciation, artistically designed trophies. Going through however, we found a new commendation or certificate announcing her outstanding accomplishment of her family. We are incredibly proud of her extraordinary life. Now we are experiencing a profound loss, but with the love and support of her community far and wide, we will celebrate her life and work to preserve her legacy. Carmen is survived by her husband, Roy, her 2 brothers and 3 sisters, her 2 adopted sons, Gabriel and Robert, and many beloved nieces and nephews. I became friends with Carmen during our year-long new supervisors training and subsequently spent time with her together at many of the conferences that we attended. She was so generous in sharing her experience with me as a mentor and a guide, a gift that she shared with so many other aspiring leaders, and a legacy that will live on forever. My condolences and deep condolences to everyone whose lives were touched by the love of Carmen Ramirez.
Thank you very much for that touching comment. With that, we will now adjourn the Tuesday, August 30th, and meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you.